All right, let's, is it 6 then?
It's, we have 1 minute still. Yep.
5:30.
We're not allowed to start early?
It'll be a violation of the Brown Act.
It's 6 on my watch.
You're looking at your arm. You don't even have a watch. Freckle past the hair.
It is 5:30 now, Mayor.
Okay, 5:30, we're gonna start the
Yes.
closed session meeting, special meeting, and
The,
let's, because we have a member absent, how do we want to do the, move to
Sure.
the closed session?
I'll make an announcement. So this is the beginning the special meeting of August 6, 2024. The council member that is participating remotely for the business meeting will not be participating in closed session. So we can have a motion and a second to recess to closed session with the 4 present council members.
Regularly scheduled, it's a regularly scheduled, so this is our regularly scheduled meeting, and we're going to move into closed session. We'll note that 4 members are present. Do we need a roll call on it right now, or?
Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I see 4 votes with,
Carries 4-0. Thank you. Mayor, would you like to, oh, looks like there's Councilmember Noblock.
I tell Wayne, I can see him. He's about as far away as How are you, Mayor?
Let's call the meeting to order.
Okay, this is the regular business meeting of August 6, 2024. And I would like to note that all council members are present. Councilmember Duncan will be participating via Zoom. But he's,
We should make sure that we're in order there.
Madam Clerk, he's not on right now, though, right?
that's correct.
Okay,
He will be participating via Zoom.
Okay, and we'll note for the record when he does come on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Do we have to note any of the procedures that we went through? No? Okay. Yeah. Chris Duncan, because of work commitments, will be participating by Zoom tonight, and we appreciate that. Sometimes we work outside of the city council. But anyhow, let's start with the invocation then. Well, we'll note that all the other members of the city council are here in person. And we will note when he does arrive by Zoom, so the public will be aware of that. But let's start with the invocation.
And this is the invocation given by Senior Pastor Holland Davis with Calvary Chapel of St. Clemente.
Stand if you can.
All right. Lord, your word says that the Lord reigns, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed, he has girded himself with strength. Surely the world is established so that it cannot be moved, and your throne is established from of old. You are from everlasting. And Father, I want to thank you for each of these city council members, for our mayor, Lord, that we know, Lord, that they are working men, and this is something that they do because they love their city. And Lord, we thank you for that. We ask, Lord, that you would bless them abundantly and watch over their families, protect them, that you would give them wisdom, give them understanding, even things that they're not fully understanding of, Lord, that you would give them that understanding that comes from you, that they would make wise decisions, that we would have that life that is abundant and full of the blessing that you desire for us to have. We thank you for each of our those that serve with our city manager, our city attorney, and especially, Lord, we want to thank you for our high school and the great things that are happening there. Bless the families in our high school and those that are the winning awards and everything. What a great thing. And we love you and we thank you for all that you're doing in our city. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
And thank you for that blessing. Next, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Brad Baker. I'm going to embarrass him. We were at graduation together, and we were also at another award ceremony last week, and he's a colleague of yours, so.
My new boss.
That's right, yeah.
Principal
Thank you.
of St. Mary High
Sorry
School.
for embarrassing.
No, it's totally fine, it's an honor. So if you place your right hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I think if you can put up with all the students, you can
I can handle
deal with this. All right. We have a
Okay,
special,
yes. Pardon me. Next item on the agenda is recognition of San Clemente High School state champion, the track relay team. If you'd like to come forward, students, we have a presentation for you.
all right. Let's go down there. We'll see you in the Olympics in Just come on up here, and we'll present these to you. Everybody want to get one of these? Sure. Yeah. We'll just do it randomly. First of all, let us thank you for all you do for making San Clemente proud. The city is proud of you. You know, it's quite an achievement that you had. And if you have a spokesman that wants to say a word, any of you, or the coach, or no, you don't have to. Right here, right here. All right.
Just a super special group of young men, and I just wanted to just give you some idea of what they've accomplished in the 4 years that they've been at San Clemente High School. It's been a really special time with these kids. They're, without a doubt, some of the best that I've ever. And they can't hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. We'll do that.
Without a doubt, some of the finest young men that I've ever had the opportunity to work with in my almost 40 years of coaching now. Just to give you an idea of what they've accomplished in the 4 years they've been at San Clemente High School. Two-time Orange County champions in cross country, two-time CIF champions in cross country, first and second place at the state cross country championships, two CIF individual event champions, the CIF finals, two-time CIF Masters champions in individual events, and this year, two-time back-to-back CIF champions, or state champions in the 4x800 meter relay. And they also hold the state record, which they set their first time 2 years ago and then broke it again this year. So they've been just a super group of kids to work with, and it's just you know, can't say enough about them. That's right. Thank you.
We have some certificates of recognition. Brett, right here. We'll give you that one first, and then we'll come back. We're going to all come up here and give you.
Pierce?
Congratulations. Thank you.
Todd Clark.
Thank you.
There you go. Your certificate of recognition. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Rick, you gotta learn from these guys how to move.
I know.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
That's worth. You could have got a day of homework free day before, but. All right.
Next item on the agenda is council member reports.
All right. I will start. First, I have a photo, I think. I just want to show this. This was a send-off party. I don't know if it's up yet. It's just the only photo I have of the events. It was a send-off party for Carolyn Marks and Griffin Calapinto. She won the gold medal. So congratulations. We have a San Clemente gold medal. And at the appropriate time, we'll honor her here. But I just wanted it was a fabulous, San Clemente gave them both a fabulous send-off party. There was a couple hundred people there. And it was what they received. I would say that it was my wishing her well that helped her win that gold medal. No. So second thing I wanted to say that I had a meeting this week related to surfing or last week with the mayor of Makinhara, it's hard to pronounce, who hosted the surfing championship 4 years ago in Japan. And he reached out because he said he's willing to help San Clemente however he could, show and demonstrate how you can successfly run a surfing championship and offered his help here. We got together with Greg Cruz of the former CEO of the USA Surfing, and we're going to keep pursuing that, working with the Japanese mayor and others to see how we can pursue that. Obviously, I think all of you can talk about the success of the Ocean Festival this past weekend, July 20th, 21st. The other shout out I want to give is to the fishermen. I was quite shocked when I went to buy a burger and a drink, and I think the drinks were $2 and the burgers were $4 or $5. All the prices were pretty reasonable, and I said, that's pretty good for an ocean festival, because literally they could have charged whatever they wanted and people would have bought them. But they kept their prices very reasonable. The event was fabulous. People were, and I'll let you guys talk about your experience here at the Ocean Festival. It was better than I've seen it in a long time. The beach was full, and we had the amount of people you would expect for a festival like that on both days. We also had a meeting, we participated, I think I mentioned earlier, with Brad, the principal at San Clemente High School. We participated with a couple of my colleagues at Noble Path Foundation graduation. I won't get into too much detail. It's a great program in this city. Teaches young people values, and I'll allow some time for my colleagues to talk about that. I attended an exhibition at the Orange County Fair where they put together a beautiful presentation about San Clemente at the Sands and Seas exhibition. I was also able to get together with other mayors from Orange County, talk about issues, sand and others that face us all. It was a great evening put on by the Orange County Fair. We had a meeting this past week with, this week with Investment Advisory Committee. I'll probably talk more about that when we talk about our reports. Same with songs. And I think I participated along with a couple of my colleagues at Junior Lifeguards graduation, which was a fun event, seeing the young kids finish their first term at the lifeguard training seminars. We had the sand begin delivery today. Yesterday it was supposed to start. It was supposed to start in full swing today in North Beach. I think that's a feat in and of itself. And so those are the things that are keeping me busy. And that's the end of my report. Go.
Okay, and also the fisherman also does the same thing for the concerts on the beach. It's a lesser priced menu there so everybody can enjoy. Also on the Olympics, we had another kind of a San Clemente tie. Naja Houston, who's a street skateboarder, lives in Laguna Beach, took a bronze medal, but his training facility is right next door. It's where he does all of his training and, helps train younger athletes also. Shout out to him. Also, the San Clemente Water Polo Club team, boys under 10, won the gold medal at the National Junior Olympics, which is quite the feat also. Miramar Theater Project, I don't know if any of you have driven by, but they've got the scaffolding up and they've lathed the building now, doing a lot of work on the roof. And I think that September goal for having the outside buttoned up and looking like a real building is probably well within reach. So we'll keep our eye on that.
Steve?
I just want to tag on to Victor's comment about the North Beach sand. It's starting today. I've been down there. It looks great. I think they've done a great job of stationing and staging that for the delivery of 30,000 cubic yards of sand, and it's an exciting project. Glad to see it underway. That's all I have.
May I just make one announcement before you speak, Mayor Pro Tem? I just want to let everyone know that Chris Duncan, Councilmember Duncan, is zooming in now. So we're just going to give one moment to get him on the screen. He'll begin his participation now, though.
Hey, Chris.
Okay, great. Chris?
We got like a big, oh my gosh.
Hey.
Mark?
Sorry,
I'll
I'll
keep
try
going.
and lean back.
Nice to have you there, Chris. Okay, just a couple things. I was able to attend the Coastal Cities Group Leadership Committee with Cal Cities, where we were discussing some of the legislation that's being proposed at the state level. Some of those some of those legislation that's being proposed we'll be discussing in the consent calendar, or consent items tonight, of whether to have letters of support or against, but they're on consent. So those are good. Also able to attend the junior guard ceremony is especially special for me, as I was able to see my son graduate from there. It's fantastic. My niece was able to go as well. Wonderful program. Also at the Noble Path AIM High certificate ceremony, some great high school students there doing some incredible things, and a great program. One of the big ones I was able to go to was a day-long conference at UCSD. It was a nuclear waste symposium. And we talked all about nuclear waste at songs, plans of what to do with it, some of the dangers that are going on there. It was really fascinating. I'd love to talk to you more about it if any of you are interested in it. I was able to listen to the concert series Sega Genocide down at the beach. Fantastic band, cover band of the 90s and 2000s. It was great, fun. Guys haven't made it to the summer sand concerts yet, or beach concerts. They are fantastic. I was able to attend the Association of California Cities meeting at Wild Rivers this last week. It was a great introduction to, not introduction, but a time to listen to state legislators such as Janet Nguyen and others. Had the ribbon cutting for the Das Optician on Del Mar. Looks like some great products there, great to support small businesses. At the Ocean Fest, congratulations to the Swensons and their whale sculpture, which won first place. I don't know if you saw it. Wonderful whales coming out of the beach there. Fantastic. And then also going to North Beach, it's wonderful to see that sand coming in. That is a cost to our city of about $2 million to get that sand on there. So, yeah, it's really great to see it coming in. Okay, thank you.
That's it. I just want to mention one other thing, just a couple of events that are coming up. The Fiesta Music Festival on August 11th. And if you haven't been there before, it really is worth going. So August 11th, put that on your calendar. And Chris, did you have anything?
Sure thing. Yeah, thank you, Victor. I think you probably have already congratulated Caroline Marks, my friend,
Yes.
for her epic victory and gold medal on behalf of the United States in the Paris 2024 Olympics. But I mean, I just have to say, having known Caroline for a while now, you couldn't have a better person and a better ambassador for San Clemente winning. And I'm just overjoyed for her and overjoyed for our town that we have one of our own that, again, has reached the pinnacle of athletics in their sport, and especially surfing, as we're a surf town. So I think this reinforces that we are the epicenter of surfing, as Chloe Andino says over and over again, and I repeat, and I'm just incredibly proud of Caroline and our town for showcasing our wonderful surfing tradition and how the best of the best come from San Clemente. So again, want to thank her, and I can't wait until we get to celebrate her back home.
Yeah, we'll do it as soon as she gets back. Thank you, Chris. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next up is oral communications, and I will call the first three speakers. Ira Horowitz, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by David Bope.
The mic, they're gonna have to
Oh.
pull it around.
I got it. So let me just reintroduce myself. My name is Ira Horowitz, and I'm a resident of San Clemente for over 10 years.
and I'm sure that the council doesn't hear this much, but I want to say personally, thank you all on the city council, especially Mr. Andy Hall. And this is regarding the response during the overgrowing lot on Acapulco. When I appeared last time at the city council meeting, I was very upset and worried about this dangerous fire hazard that's adjacent to my backyard. However, to my surprise, the very next day, a crew showed up of about 10 to 12 men with a bulldozer and completely started to do the cleanup that was needed. In fact, the contractor, Mr. Ed Stewart, who I want to thank personally also, contacted me and to make sure that the job was being done correctly and that all the homeowners were satisfied. It took 4 days of back-breaking work to clear some of this growth that had been there for over 15 years. And once again, I just want to thank all of you for taking this fire hazard very seriously to help prevent what could have been a tragedy. Mr. Hall, thank you very much. Now that I have a few more minutes, one more minute, there seems to be a parking problem on Acapulco that runs all the way from San Pablo all the way to Villa Cisco. And what it seems to be is people that are parked from Presidential Heights aren't allowed to buy another parking spot if their two-car garage is filled with trash and not parking their cars. Consequently, they park on Acapulco and the streets are congested. What I would suggest, if it's possible, that the council member, one of you, talk to the city, talk to their council on the HOA, to see if they will sell these people their parking permits for $150 a year. Even though they can't put their cars in their garage, they might be able to sell them. That would be a win-win for us and for them to proceed more money. It's very congested. Maybe we can do something about it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by David Bope, followed by Lois McNichol.
Have a PowerPoint presentation. Hello, council members. Next slide, please. Currently, there are 3 ongoing studies regarding sand replenishment, sand retention measures, nature-based resiliency studies, and and also addresses coastal erosion. The city of San Clemente has an ongoing nature-based coastal project feasibility study done by Moffitt and McNichol. One of the proposals, this is the third stage, the third set of concepts. And here is a multi-emergent breakwater at North Beach in comparison to Ole Hansen, which is in that little square. It's massive. The breakwaters per Moffitt and Nickel said that they are from 1 to 1.5 times, not 1.5 times the length of a beach, so that's pretty big. The width of it is about 500 feet, so that's pretty big. They do have, it is an emergency surfable breakwaters, meaning that they could surf on the sides. The next slide, please. The design called for installation of the reef approximately 270 meters high, and the reason why this is up here is that the previous slide show that the example of this is a Palm Beach reef in Australia. However, the reef is approximately 270 meters, which is approximately 885 feet. And the dimensions of the reef are roughly 160 meters, which is 524 feet, and 80 meters wide, which is 262 feet. So in comparison to the previous breakwater, this is smaller. This is not an emergent one. So in comparing both of them, they shouldn't give this an example because this is underneath the water. And so next slide, please. The design called for installation of the reef approximately 270 meters offshore. The dimensions of the reef are roughly 160 meters long and 80 meters wide. The team designed the reef to sit 1.5 meters down, which is about 5 feet, and below the mean sea level to help ensure the reef was still covered at the low tide and continue to produce waves in most swelling conditions. Next slide, please. The consultant from Moffett Nichols said that the breakwaters basically knocks down the energy of the wave, which basically makes it kind of shallow. So you're going to impact the surf. Next slide, please. So that's the problem here. So it affects the surf, and we don't want that.
Thank you very much for your comments. City Manager, this is a report we previously had up at a different meeting. It's and discussed, as I recall. Yeah, or it was. It's been before the council, and thank you for talking about it again. Next speaker.
David Bope, followed by Lois McNichol.
I am David Bope, and I thought I was going to be able to speak at the end, so I'm going to mute myself. Thank you.
Okay, Lois McNichol.
Lois.
Okay, just to follow up a little bit on what Amanda said. They had a breakwater in Long Beach, which they are in the process right now of tearing down because it basically eliminated their surf, which used to be anywhere from 10 to 12 feet high. Okay, so public heard of the need for an increase of sales tax in a July City Council meeting. In April, it was stated that
Is this related to the
this
tax?
has something to do with sales tax, yes. Do you want me to wait until that
You
comes
should
up on the
probably- yeah,
agenda?
you just sign up, make sure you sign up for the
Okay,
statement on
I
that.
don't know if I did.
You did not. I'll just put your card in that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Any other speakers?
That is all for oral communications. Next item on the agenda is motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second? All right. All those in favor? It's only because,
Press the button, sorry.
well, we have Chris, though, so.
So we need to do a vote by roll call, so
you-
I'll read the vote
okay.
if you'd like. Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Loeffler? Aye. Councilmember Noblock? Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer?
Aye.
Mayor Cabral carries 5-0. Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action?
I don't have anything. Anybody else?
8A.
Chris? Anything you want to
No.
add? No. All right.
Closed session report, City Attorney?
Thank you. The City Council, with the exception of Councilmember Duncan, met in closed session on item A. There was no reportable action direction given. Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
next item is staff communications. I have a quick report, and Community Development Director Atamian is making his way to the podium for an update. I just need to make an announcement that at the previous City Council meeting, an item was agendized related to consideration of funding fingerprinting for volunteers at Marblehead Elementary School. The sponsor of that agenda item has pulled that item from the agenda, so we won't be hearing that this evening.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. I've got an update as it relates to some recent Supreme Court decision related to the grants pass and affecting the Martin v. Boise decision. The city has received a number of questions about what the city will be doing in response to that, and I wanted to provide an update for everybody's information. First of all, our community outreach team maintains their approach, and they have reported to me that due to the recent Supreme Court decision, we have not seen an influx of homeless individuals coming into the city as a result of encampments being cleared out in other areas. The city's outreach does remain a primary focus of the city's efforts to address homelessness. Additionally, the city still maintains our ongoing enforcement efforts to deal with storage of personal property and camping where it currently is prohibited. The city is looking at some additional things in the meantime, but the primary point of tonight's update is to let everybody know that we will be coming back at the next city council meeting on August 20th with some proposal for an amendment to the municipal code to address the recent changes in the application of the Martin v. Boise decision. In addition to that, the governor did issue an executive order encouraging state agencies and local municipalities to address their own policies related to clearing out of encampments, and everything that we will be bringing back next time will be in compliance with that order and in the nature of its intended purpose. So that's my update, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just to remind people, the Grants Pass decision was a United States Supreme Court decision that this council voted to file an amicus brief on to join with Grants Pass in arguing that the courts had extended authority in interpreting the cruel and unusual punishment standard well beyond its original intent, and that moving someone for violating camping ordinances is not cruel and unusual punishment under the Constitution. And the court agreed with our brief and the briefs of the appellants in that case, and they've given us more leeway as a city to deal with the issue. I think, as you know, I've always said we have a balanced approach to it. A little bit more enforcement, I think, is what we're looking for, but also the compassion that the residents have argued for repeatedly to get people moved into housing. And as the court said, it doesn't have to be, no longer does it have to be in your city, essentially. So wherever that county or state facilities exist to provide housing, we're going to do our best to find it and to move people so they get the treatment and the medical care that they need and deserve. Next item on the agenda, public hearing.
Yes, Mayor and Council, next item on the agenda is a public hearing for consideration of a resolution calling an election in the city of San Clemente to be consolidated with the city's next general municipal election on November 5th, 2024, submitting to the electors a ballot measure to establish a 3/4 cent special purpose transaction and sales and use sales tax, establishing the policies and procedures for such an election, requesting that Orange County provide election services, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis, and authorizing the filing of a rebuttal argument. And with that, I believe the city manager
All right.
has a presentation. Would you?
Mr. Mayor,
do we have to
please
open
the public hearing.
we're going to open the public hearing on this?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate first the feedback that I received from the City Council and a lot of feedback that I received from residents, staff members. A lot of people have been willing to share ideas and thoughts with me, and so I've tried to, again, bring all that into, I know it was a very lengthy staff report that you had to review, but I did try to address several of the concerns that were raised, but not only by the council, but even by some of our residents that have a strong understanding of coastal resources and what's happening here in San Clemente. We're lucky to have that ability to have so many residents that understand what's happening. But of course, this discussion has been going on for quite some time, and the genesis of it was finding ways to place sand on the beach. That the heart out of it here is what can we do to maintain our beaches here in our community. But I just want to talk a little bit about what's happening to our beaches, and then I'll move through this as quickly as I can. Some may find it interesting, some may fall asleep. I won't look out there. If you want to take a nap, do it, but I'll move fairly quickly. So you can see by this that a normal beach profile changes when we have stormwater. Of course, when we have storms or king tides or other events that raise the water level in our community, there's a scouring effect, and it pulls that sand out towards the ocean. And you can see there in the circle, there's what's called the depth of closure. And what happens is
we've all experienced that in the wintertime when the storms come and it kind of scours out the beach, and in the summer months, we'll see some of that sand return. But once it hits that depth of closure, that's the sand that does not come back to the beach. And so there's some sand that escapes to that point every year, and so there is some level of sand loss once you get to that point, and it doesn't naturally come back to the beach. Of course, it doesn't come naturally to the beach now because of a lot of things that have happened in our communities regionally in terms of channeling riverbeds and other things that have stopped the natural flow of sand onto our beaches. And so without that natural flow of sand, we've got to decide what we're going to do to keep our beaches healthy. So some of the things we look at, of course, this is just a diagram. Again, it's certainly not to scale, but at least gives us an idea of what we're trying to do. So if we're trying to fill a portion of the beach, and we've learned that the minimum you want to have is about 50 feet wide and about 15 feet deep for it to be sustainable through some winter storms and whatnot. But you also have to have this taper area. So it's not just 15 feet and then there's a drop off. You have to taper that off into the ocean. And as you can imagine, as you go further into the western side, in our case, the western side of that fill, the sand gets deeper and deeper. So that last little bit is actually a lot more sand than when you're up closer to the beach, and you can see that with this diagram. So this is just a really quick diagram of what's happened in our community. As you can see here, when the railroad tracks, this is just an example that we have in our community. When the railroad tracks were put in, there was a beach width, and then as we saw the scouring and some beach loss, and then you've got to renourish it. And you can see the difference, and we believe that certainly the best way to protect our coastal infrastructure, including the railroad tracks, is sand. And you can just see the difference of how much more protected those railroad tracks are with sand than they are by the revetment. So we really want to concentrate in our community in protecting our coastal infrastructure with sand. We believe that's a better way to do it than with hard armoring. So placing sand on the beach is expensive. I think we discussed this last time. We are still trying to get a final number from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers of what it's going to cost for us to finish the second half of our first phase. We've received any estimates now between $1.1 million and $4.6 million, but they said they think it's going to be between $2.5 and $3.5 million for us to finish that first phase. And that'll bring in about another 100,000 cubic yards to add to what we previously did excuse me, between T Street and Linda Lane, most of it near the pier. The city is responsible in the future. This is this first phase, the city was responsible for 35% of that cost. And we were very fortunate. We received a lot of help from state parks. They paid for a lion's share of the city's responsibility, and so we didn't have to pay as much this time. But going forward, the city will be responsible for 50%. The federal government will be responsible for 50%. And that's typical of these kinds of federal and state grants. There's always matching funds. So even if you were to get a lot of grant money, we're still going to have matching funds that we'll be responsible for. And then it was just mentioned, the placement of 30,000 cubic yards of sand at North Beach will cost about $2 million. And again, that was a competitive bidding process. So a lot of questions now, when we talk about sand in cubic yards. And there's been a lot of questions from residents and even council members. What does that mean? What does that actually look like on the ground? What does a cubic yard mean? Because that's, again, that may be how we talk about sand, but it doesn't really relate for people. So I do want to say that there are a lot of factors. A lot of it is how steep is the beach. Of course, the steeper the beach is, the more fill you would have to have. And if you have a more gentle slope, of course, you don't have to have as much. But you get the point. A lot of it is the slope of the beach, especially on that western edge. And then, a lot of it is sustained maintenance versus a one-time event. Have those beaches been able to be refilled either by summer flows, or have we put sand on the beach, or some of those kinds of things? So there's a lot of factors. So I don't want anybody to get the idea that this is precise. This just gives people kind of a scope of how much this how much sand we would need in our community. So we have roughly 5 miles of shoreline in San Clemente. 2 miles of that is city-maintained beach. And the Army Corps project is going to cover about 3,000 feet of that. So what's left for the city to take care of that is not covered by the Army Corps project is about 1.4 miles. There's about 1.2 miles of state beaches, and then there's about 1.7 miles in Capistrano Shores and Cypress Shore. So our program must also consider what's happening at the state beaches and Capistrano Beach and these other places because our sand moves. So we're studying that. If we're going to protect our beaches, we have to understand what's happening near our beaches as well. And we want to make sure that we are maintaining a healthy coastline from beginning to end, because that will certainly be important in our sand retention and other efforts that we make. So this is the most boring slide I've ever created, and so I'll try to go through this so people can understand it, but there's no fun way. So basically, the minimum beach profile is a goal of that we mentioned. So you want to have it 50 feet wide, 15 feet in depth. So people want to know, well, how much cubic yards is that for a lineal foot of beach? So if you take 50 feet wide with a 20-foot taper, so you've got about 70 feet, and you do that 15 feet in depth, each lineal foot is about 39 cubic yards, and you can see the calculation there, 70 feet in width, 15 times 1, 38.89 cubic yards per lineal foot. So if we just want to keep the minimum, now remember, that's the minimum recommended. If you look at some of our shoreline protection and other items that we've received and studies that have been done by both the Army Corps of Engineers and SANDAG, they'd say if you want a stable beach, it needs to be about 250 feet wide. But minimum, you want about 50 feet. So at the minimum, you would take 1.4 miles, which is 7,400 lineal feet, times your cubic yards, which is 39 cubic yards. So you would need about 289,000 cubic yards. And if you go at our current bid price, which we did North Beach at, which is $67 per cubic yard, that'd be about $19.3 million every 5 or 6 years. So that at least puts some scale to it. That's how much sand we would need in order to keep our beaches healthy, plus the $2.5 million that we would need for that area between T Street and Linda Lane. So if you want the 100-year storm profile, which is that 250-foot wide beach, of course, I won't go through that again, but it ends up being $73.7 million, but you would have to fill it far less often. That beach is self-sustaining for the most part. That would stay in place for quite some time. So I thought that was a really good suggestion, that we translate what a cubic yard of sand does to a lineal foot on the beach. I think that was really important for people to understand. So a rough estimate for sand placement, we've got about $2.5 million per year that we need to contribute to the continuation of the Army Corps project. That is a 50-year project. That $2.5 million a year would be for the next 50 years. And then it would be about $3.7 million per year for the other beaches if we have a minimum goal of 50-foot wide beaches. So the shoreline monitoring and the permits and the other things that also go along with placing sand on the beach are probably $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year. So you're roughly, again, these are rough numbers, but you're roughly about $6.5 million annually just for sand placement. But there's other things, of course, that the City Council asked us to look at, things that need to be done in the community. We have things like the sand maintenance. We need the winter pushing to try and retain as much sand as we can possibly retain. The beach shaping, so you've got to put it back down in the summertime and shape the beach and keep it healthy. The beach trail and some of the smaller bridges that we have on the beach trail. The Mariposa Bridge replacement, not just the part that's missing right now, but the entire bridge is in need of some pretty significant refurbishment. And then there's some access improvements that we've all talked about. The T Street Bridge is aging. If you've been there, we do put paint on it, but it is aging. And at some point, that bridge is going to need to be replaced. The audible warning system is at its life's end, and that's about a $2 million expenditure, but that is something really important to our residents to be able. We have 11 crossings of the railroad tracks, and we want to be able to maintain those. And then, again, if we exceed the minimum goal, if we go beyond the 50 feet, there would be certainly some increased costs. But when people say, so is it just sand, the City Council asked us to look a little bit more comprehensive than just sand. But again, with this being a proposed special tax or targeted on specific things, we need to be very, very concise and very clear about how this money can be spent, if approved by the voters. So first, the sand replenishment and nourishment is what we've talked about. Sand retention or coastal erosion reduction projects. That was mentioned just a minute ago a little bit. Some of these nature-based solutions or other ways of retaining sand on our beach so that we don't just put it there and it disappears. There are certainly ways that we've seen, some of them more tried and true than others, and I think that we should stick with the tried and true as much as possible. We've seen what the growing field does in Newport Beach for retaining sand on that beach. Some of these things that we know work, we want to make sure that we're doing that in our community to keep as much sand on the beach as possible. and improvements to and maintenance of coastal access like we just talked about, improvements of the beach trail we talked about, proper maintenance of the San Clemente Pier, and then some improved lifeguard equipment and facilities. As we know, lifeguard towers and some of these other things certainly have a life to them. So some of the potential projects, I apologize, I get really nervous when the city attorney sits next to me. And I talk too much. Okay, so the placement of sand on beaches, we talked about, it's about $2.5 million a year. And then we talked about placement of sand in other locations such as North Beach. This was kind of the beginning as they started to shape North Beach this week. There's been a lot of work go on, and I'm pretty excited to see what this is going to look like in 3 or 4 months. It's going to be fantastic to see the transformation, see families back on the beach at North Beach. That's going to be great. But there are some other things we need to do. Of course, update the Mariposa Bridge. Beyond the 2 sections that you see missing on that top picture, the rest of the bridge is not in great condition, and the replacement of that is estimated to cost somewhere between $10 and $12 million. We do need to replace the automatic warning system, audible warning system, and that is estimated to cost about $2 million. We do have some other projects that need to be completed. We've talked about T Street. You can see I think these are the DeHay steps. They're not in the best of condition. In fact, we've had to chain a lot of them closed because right now there's not safe access to the beach on some of these stairways. So some of those certainly, and I'm not telling you or residents or anyone that's familiar with our beach, you've all seen this, so I don't need to spend a lot of time. There's clearly some deferred maintenance that have happened. This didn't happen overnight. This has been happening for probably decades. But at some point, we're going to have to step up and refurbish these great facilities for our beach. The people in the past did this, and it's probably our turn. It's our turn to update them and make sure that the things that have done in the past, that we keep them updated and properly maintained. Again, our lifeguard center is probably nearing the end of its useful life. We continue to use it. We get no complaints from our lifeguards, but we do know that there's going to have to be some upgrades to that facility as well. Our pier is fantastic. It's certainly, I put it in this little postcard looking thing because it's a postcard. It's fantastic. We're lucky to have it, but the pier does take ongoing maintenance. We talked a little bit, we will talk in a little bit in just a minute about where the funding came from that in the past and why we were able to maintain the pier a little bit differently in the past. The beach trail is second to none. There isn't a better beach trail anywhere. It's fantastic. It's another facility we're just very blessed to have in the community. So a lot of people said, well, why do you need so much money? Where's it coming from? So we tried to break it down the best we could. You've got the Army Corps of Engineers projects. You've got putting about 60,000 cubic yards of sand on the beach using our scoop permit. The trail and bridge repair, replacement, the pier maintenance, and then some of these capital projects. Now, if we were able to use $2 million or so a year in this capital project that we need to do, there's just in these that we've listed here, there's about 17 years of projects to do just to kind of catch up with some of these things that, again, just have not been kept up with over the years. But the loss of revenue is a factor here. I think sometimes that gets forgotten, but we have to at least address it. Again, in 2012, the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies was a big impact on us. As you know, the Pier Bowl was our only redevelopment area. That's how we built the parking lot. That's how we built some of the improvements in that area, and the tax increment was used to maintain that and to build it. When the redevelopment agencies were dissolved, we lost the ability to use that tax increment for that purpose. The other thing that we had in the past was the ocean protection fee. Now, the ocean protection fee had been in place for quite some time, but in 2020, it expired, and with that expiration, we have a loss of about $2.3 million per year. And that fee, again, for a single-family home on a public street, which was the most common assessment in our community, was about $6.23 per month or $75 per year. And those activities were street sweeping, storm drainage, and other water quality efforts. They didn't go away. Those things still have to be done. They were just absorbed by the general fund. So not only did we lose the revenue, it was a hit on the general fund, both of those. What was once in the redevelopment agency, when it was dissolved, that also came to the general fund. So the general fund has had to absorb some new costs, but there was no revenue to replace it. So one of the things that was important, not only to the city council, they asked us to be very serious about this, but to our department heads actually, was the reallocation of resources. Is there a way that we can actually cut back, just cut back and not ask for new kinds of resources? And one of the challenges there is you can see to the right that the middle column there that is high, that is public safety. The other large one is public works. Now, public safety is typically untouchable in a community. It is ours as well. I think public safety is the highest priority of this council. That's what we do. Health, safety, and welfare is why government exists, so public safety certainly is the most important thing that we do. Public works, that's maintenance of our parks, maintenance of our roads and sidewalks and those kinds of things. That ongoing maintenance needs to continue regardless. So between those two, that's about 70% of the general fund, 50% on public safety, and about 20% in maintenance. So what's left is about 30% of the budget. So in order to accomplish that $10 million a year or so, the department heads were asked what their departments would look like if they had a 30 to 40% reduction in their departments. I received feedback from each one of them. I would not recommend those changes to the city council. I could give you an example. Since he's here and he spoke earlier, I'll put Adam on the spot. One of the challenges that people don't understand about the structure of the city, for example, is there are three functions in the community development department. There's the building department, the planning department, and code compliance. And the building department is paid for from building permit fees. The building permit fees pay for the building inspectors, so cutting back on a building inspector would probably only lengthen the time of trying to get those building inspections done. Planning, likewise, is paid for by developer deposits. That's a cost recovery system. The planners are paid for reviewing the projects by the developers. So the only part that's left is code compliance. So most of the cuts would have to happen in code compliance and in the park rangers. That would be inconsistent with what the city council has told us. They want us to make sure that we are actually expanding our park ranger program and code compliance. So that's the challenge, is we want to continue to provide the services we've always provided in the community, but doing things on the beach, sand is a new expense that we have not had in the past. So that's the challenge in cutting, is that we have tried to right-size the organization to meet the needs of the community. So if you move to a tax measure and whatnot, I just want to talk about a couple of things. And again, I really appreciate some flexibility from the city council to have what is always a very difficult discussion, but we want to have it with the city council, and that is the potential revenue from a tax measure. So we have annual expenditures of about 10 million. Now, some years that may be 12, some years that may be 8. I mean, it's, again, but you saw the expenditures. And so somewhere around 10 million. 0.75% would generate about 10.1 million if we use the current sales tax revenue that the city receives. Now, 0.5% would generate about 6.75 million. And I know that the city council directed me to come back with 0.75 cents. But in conversations, not only with council members, but with members of the public and other people, why should all of this be placed on the backs of the city of San Clemente and our residents? And so we want to make sure that we are contributing our fair share. And so maybe we should be looking at a 0.5 cent sales tax where we're not generating all of the money necessary, so that we do have to go out and make sure that our partners, the federal government, county government, state government, are helping us fund, OCTA, all of our partners are helping us fund this healthy waterfront that we want to have. So I really appreciate, again, all the council members, I think, want to make sure that we're only paying our fair share. Do we have partners? That's important. And I think, yes, of course, the Army Corps of Engineers is paying 50% of our 50-year project. State parks contributed a significant amount of our first phase, which was fantastic, and we're going to need more help in the future. OCTA will be instrumental for placing sand, both for mitigation of the work they've already done and protecting their rail. We still think the best way to protect the rail lines is sand. The County of Orange is committed to shoreline protection. They are doing a lot. They're trying to form groups right now. They're really trying to form an alliance and a collaborative to make sure that all of the Orange County coast is being protected. The city is already engaged with SANDAG for shoreline protection. The Coastal Commission has been supportive of our efforts. The sand that we're putting at North Beach right now, we received a waiver from the Coastal Commission. That's rare. And then they understand the importance and the sensitivity of what's happening in San Clemente, and they were willing to give us a waiver so that we could get sand on the beach more quickly. Environmental groups prefer sand over armoring the coastline, so that's another potential partner. But we have to continue to pursue county, state, and federal grants and programs. We've got to be able to get help from other places as well. I thought I wore it out here. So there has been some question, how do we compare with other cities in the county? And to some extent, I want to say it really doesn't matter, right? This is San Clemente. Don't really care a whole lot about what happens in Newport Beach or Huntington Beach. Or there's 6 coastal cities, right? You have Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, Dana Point, and ourselves. So out of the 34 cities in Orange County, only 6 of them are really concerned about coastal issues. The others don't really have to worry too much about what's happening with climate change or, storms or some of those kinds of things. But 6 cities have to watch it pretty close. And we're one of those 6 coastal cities. And I think all of you are aware that in the state, there are 61 coastal cities in the state of California out of 480 cities. So there are 420 cities that don't have coastline issues. But there are 61 cities that really have to pay attention to these things. So with property tax, I think if you take out the 2 cities that have these unbelievable property values, and so we'll kind of shade them out. In terms of property tax, the city of San Clemente is pretty comparable. We have good home values. This is a bedroom community, and we're very comparable when it comes to property tax. I would point out on the right, people have said, well, how much of my property tax does the city get? It's that yellow chunk. The yellow chunk kind of there, a little above the half, that's San Clemente. We get about 15.4%. And then we get a little teeny bit of that very top part for a lighting and landscaping district that we have, about 1%. So we get about 16% of the property tax. As you can see, a lot of it goes to Capistrano Unified and the Education Augmentation Fund and to the community colleges, Orange County. But we get about 16 cents of every dollar of property tax. This is where we really differ from most coastal communities, and that is the TOT. Our community, way from its very beginning, did not set itself up to be a resort-based community. We wanted to be a community of neighborhoods. We've talked about that. We don't have these mega resorts that you usually see in beach communities. So you can see in San Clemente that we generate about $3.5 million in transit occupancy tax or hotel tax, which is about $54 per person in our community. Our neighbors to the north, Dana Point, generate about 450% more per resident than what we do. And they generate about 16.2 million. And again, much smaller city. Laguna Beach, and you can see, I'm not going to read it to you, but you can see that this is where we're really different from most coastal communities. We don't have a lot of big mega hotels. So the transit occupancy tax, we could double it. We could double our tax from 10% to 20%. We're only going to generate about $3.5 million. So we just don't have a lot of hotel rooms at the current time. Is it something we should be doing? Absolutely. And I want the residents to know that the council has put a lot of emphasis on and asked staff to be very diligent in trying to make sure that we can bring some good quality hotels in the right locations to our community so that we can augment some of our revenue with the TOT. So if you move to sales tax, there are other communities in Orange County, about a third of them have a higher sales tax than the minimum. And you can see them there. What you'll notice is that all of them, except Seal Beach, all of them are inland communities. And usually inland communities are more bedroom communities similar to San Clemente. Most coastal communities raise their revenue with TOT. We aren't structured that way. We're structured a little bit different than most other coastal communities, structured a little bit more like some of these inland communities. There's a couple of other communities that do have tax measures on right now. For instance, the city of Orange and Seal Beach is actually asking their residents to increase their current by another 0.5% to go to 9.25%. So a lot of questions have been, how much would this actually cost each resident? And again, this is really simple math. Every resident is different. Every household is different. I do want to note that there's no sales tax on groceries, and there's no sales tax on medicine. I think it's important for people to understand that. But if the residents had to pay 100%, if we never had a visitor come to this community and go to dinner, then if the residents had to pay 100% of it, then a 3/4 tax would cost the residents about $12.98 per person per month. Or if it was a half a cent, it would be $8.68 per month. Now, that's, again, simple math. That's taking the entire amount divided by our 64,800 people. It's really rudimentary math, but that's maybe the best way to do it. But we think it's more likely that at least 25% of the sales tax revenue in our community comes from people that come to our community to eat dinner or to buy something at maybe the outlet stores or other businesses in our community. So if the visitors were able to contribute 25% of that, then the 0.75% would be about $9.74 per month, and the half cent would be $6.51 per month. So there's been a question, what would that mean per month? That's really difficult. So it's easier for me to look at the bottom of the slide there, and that's if you went to dinner and spent $100, then it would be an additional 75 cents. Or if it was a half cent sales tax, if you went and spent $100 at dinner, it'd be an extra 50 cents. That's a little easier to digest than how much per household per month, or because every household is different. There's people that live alone. There's people that have 5 kids. So it's very different. So, but basically on $100, it's about 75 cents or 50 cents. So I'm just going to close here with ocean views. I don't think that protecting our coastline is just a cost. I think it's an investment. I think this community's worth it. I do think it's an investment in our community. Ocean views, coastal weather, and access to coastal amenities impact home values, and we know they do. Homes are more expensive on the coast than they are inland. And in fact, the symposium at UCI says as much as 35% the homes near the coast are different than homes inland. But I would say, and this is cheesy, and I don't care, it's the way I really feel. San Clemente is a beach community. Residents are surfers. They walk to the end of the pier during the holidays to see the lights and the Christmas trees. They walk the beach trail, not just to stay in shape, but to clear minds and improve their mental health. They fish in the ocean. They watch for a green flash. I saw one the other night, by the way. I don't know if they're really real, but I think I saw one. They love to see San Clemente, and they would love to see it considered as an Olympic venue, or the fact that we have the WSL here. I think that makes San Clemente people very, very proud. But again, I think healthy beaches and resources are not, they're an investment, not just a cost. So with that, I'm open to questions, Mayor, and I believe that you have all had my long presentation and my very long staff report, so thanks for your indulgence.
I think before we take the questions, we'll hear from the public.
I have one question about the presentation very briefly.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. City Manager, earlier today I saw a draft of your presentation, and I was looking for slides 29 and 30. They weren't here. Are they available for discussion later on?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
well then I'll pause for that. Thank you.
All right, well, let's hear from the public, and then we'll ask for questions. I guess the public's here to speak on this, and we're here to listen.
I'll call the first several speakers. If you can take a seat up here in the front row. Amanda Quintanilla, Susie Whitelaw, Lisa Gant, Joe Wilson, Greg Ray. Amanda.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Hall, for the great staff report. In the staff report, it states that the City Council identified the improvements and maintenance of the coast resources, specifically beach nourishment. However, according to the survey, nourishing local beaches was number 38, keeping sand on local beaches was number 21, reducing beach erosion 22, restoring local beaches 24, retaining the sand on local beaches 25, restoring the maintenance of the beach trail was number 26. It's wonderful that we received 200,000 cubic yards of sand placed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers between T Street and Linda Lane. It's my understanding that there are a third party studying the sand movement right now, taking photos and measurements of how much sand is being retained. And so that is a big issue here because we really don't know the effectiveness of this project. And there are a lot of factors in regards to sand. It involves a multimodal approach of sand replenishment, sand retention, the implementation of sand retention measures such as nature-based resiliency solutions. But regardless of whether we receive sand from projects like North Beach or from the Scoop, permitting process, it requires approval from the Coastal Commission to approve waivers and permits. So this is great to have a discussion regarding this, but I think right now we don't know how much sand is going to be retained. And that's a very important factor in deciding whether the city council members vote tonight to say yes for a tax, because we don't know how effective, how much sand is going to be retained. In previous years at North Beach, 5,000 cubic yards were placed. And then the second time, 12,000 cubic yards of sand was placed. Unfortunately, there's a storm came and basically washed that sand away. So that has to be discussed and has to be studied. So as a concerned resident, Supervisor Foley stated in her letter that the OCTA applied for more than $460 million in combined grant requests from various federal agencies for coastal rail resilience in fiscal year 2023, 2024. Anywhere from 70 to 145 million of these dollars will directly aid San Clemente sand nourishment efforts at no additional cost to the city's residents. So I think that really needs to be addressed. Previously, I read something about the OC Taxpayers Association and about struggling families, and I just think that we need to wait on this.
Time has expired. Next speaker.
Susie Whitelaw, followed by Lisa Gant.
Hello, Susie.
Hi, Dr. Susie Whitelaw with Save Our Beaches, San Clemente. I do have a presentation. I'm going to show you some numbers. People have asked me like how much sand we really need, how much is that going to cost. I came up with my own numbers, which are different from the city managers that you've just seen. And I'd like to point out that his seem to be based only on the existing federal project from the Linda Lane down to T Street, and the other 1.4 miles around that of city-owned beaches, and did not seem to address sand anywhere else besides city-owned beaches. And I just want to point out that's one difference between our numbers. So my numbers are sand for the entire city limits of San Clemente, and also anticipating that we will get additional federal and state, our existing federal grant and additional state money. So why do we need sand? Is because the flood control structures have held our sand back. We are in a deficit of about 2 million cubic yards. Adding 50 feet to all of our beaches would give us a need for about 1.5 million cubic yards. Looking at the cost of the federal project was about $60 per cubic yard. That means we need $90 million for sand to restore all of our beaches, basically right now. We have the money from the federal project. We aren't going to get probably any more money from the federal government, but we are eligible for money from the state. If we get somebody in our state assembly who can work really hard for us to get that sand. So we could be eligible for, including the state and federal grants, for about half of that money, $54 million, if we do a good job lobbying for that, which means we need about $36 million just to fix our beaches now. Next slide, please. How often will we need to replenish? Based upon our fastest rate of erosion, probably we need to replenish about every 8 years, which would mean about $5 million a year for our part of that. Next slide, please. We can get cost savings. We need to find a closer borrow site, not go up to Huntington Beach or down to Oceanside. They're getting sand for $20 a cubic yard. We could get that cost savings if we can find another borrow site, and our city's all on top of that. We are looking for one right now in the very near future. Next slide. The other way to get cost savings is to go by rail via truck. Instead of truck, it's a much cheaper form of transport, much more environmentally friendly, and the county should help us pay for that because their flood control structures are causing the damage. And last, next slide. Scientific studies have shown that this sand will stay in San Clemente. We've got longshore drift coming from the north and from the south. It's going to stay within our shorelines and not move offshore. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next.
Lisa Gant, followed by Joe Wilson, followed by Greg Ray. Lisa?
Hi, I'm a longtime resident of San Clemente. I'm in favor of a designated sales tax specifically directed to sand replenishment and the preservation of our beaches. And in addition to designated sales tax, we must also pursue other revenue sources. I favor a designated tax for sand because the more money we will not, the money will get lost if we put it in a general fund. This is one way our city can pull together and protect something important to our identity and our way of life as a beach town. It is a way we can contribute to keeping sand on our beaches. To council members who are leaning in the direction of not supporting the ballot measure, denying placing this on the ballot, putting this tax on the ballot places the decision in the community's hands, and I am hopeful we care enough about our beaches to give up a little back to help preserve them. I taught school for over 35 years. On a few occasions, I accompanied my students on beach cleanups, and I contrast the picking up of the trash and the cigarette butts left by disrespectful people to the Burlington, Northern, and Santa Fe rail cars that dump load and after load and tons of boulders out of the side of their trains onto our southernmost beaches. Where is the outrage at this? Boulders do not destroy beaches. Boulders do destroy beaches, and boulders do scour off the sand until the beach is gone, and boulders do fall down out of BNSF rail cars, but they do not fall up. And once they're there, they're there. The efforts of the city and Save Our Beaches and San Clemente and other advocates have prompted OCTA to reassess their destructive proposals, and the jury is out as to whether they will be respectful of the remaining beaches in our city, and we need to ensure that OCTA's efforts to protect the tracks enhance our beaches rather than destroy them. We need to hold OCTA also accountable, and they should provide mitigation for the devastation to Cypress Shore. While other entities may hold the power through special funding, we need to seek ways to continue our efforts for our own coastal resiliency and our own self-preservation. For this reason, I do support a designated tax for our sand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up.
Joe Wilson, followed by Greg Ray.
Good evening, council members, and everyone that's listening online and here in this room. Andy, thanks a million for that fantastic presentation and for stealing most of my thunder. Yeah. So I'll be brief. You folks know that Save Our Beaches interacts with the public quite frequently. We have our beach booths, we have a newsletter, a lot of different events and so forth. And there are two things that I'd like to cover tonight real quickly in terms of feedback for you as you consider getting this on the ballot. Not whether or not yes or no on the initiative, but just giving the people in the town a chance to vote. First off, most of the people we talk to are quite willing to undertake the kind of numbers that Andy's been talking about in his presentation, to have our beaches here and be a beach town. So from that perspective, the overwhelming majority of people would really love to see this on the ballot and be able to vote on it. Second thing is, they're incredulous. I would say the most visceral piece of feedback that I've gotten is, how in the world might the city council not put this on a ballot to give us a chance to vote on this? Kind of flip it around, whether yes or no. We're going to be a beach town if we do this, and we will get a lot of money from other sources, but Andy's numbers speak volumes, so does Susie's, is we really do need to do this. And if the city comes out and says, yes, we got to go do that, so that's great, we're going to be able to pull this off and keep our beaches as they are. If we don't, and we don't put it on the ballot, we might as well just gather up our beach towels and our boards and everything else and go home. So let's do this, people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon me, go ahead. Greg Ray.
Good evening. I'm Greg Ray, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I'd like to thank Andy Hall for preparing an excellent staff report. I think that he explained how the beach challenge is best understood as an investment in our community. City council members, I know you already appreciate that San Clemente is a beach town. Your past actions show that you understand that our identity is linked to our coastal resources, and these resources must be preserved and maintained. Nobody is excited about paying more taxes, but many of us understand how our spending can be good for our community in the long run. Please act tonight to put this tax proposal on the ballot so that each of us can have a voice in deciding how much our beaches are worth to us. I ask you to please adopt Resolution 24-125 and put a 3/4 cent special purpose tax on the ballot. In doing so, your vote will align with our highest democratic principles, allowing we, the people, to choose what we think is best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julian Husbands, followed by John Dow, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Good evening, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all as well as the community, and to Professor Hall for giving us a 2-day lecture series in the importance of this. I was at the last one too, and he said it was might be the most boring thing you've ever heard, but I think it was one of the most enlightening and inspiring things I ever heard. So thank you. I've lived here for 20 years, and I've got 2 kids in San Clemente High School, and my wife coaches the varsity basketball team. So seeing the team here and the new principal, I coached his daughter in basketball as well. So the community feeling that we get here is significant, and a big part of it is because of the beach. And I grew up in Philadelphia, so it's not like I kind of understand what beaches are all my life. This is new. So the unique quality of San Clemente, maybe not everybody understands because they've lived here, but I know what humidity is. I know what bugs are. I know what crime is. I know a lot of things, so it makes me appreciate this place more than most. And I'm also part of Save Our Beaches because my happy place in the world is San Onofre, and I surf. I might not look like one, but I'm a surfer. And the idea, and just seeing the erosion over the last few years is very significant. The recent closure was more because of a pipe that burst, but still, it's the same theme. And the idea, one of the things we were talking about earlier, Andy and Joe took my thunder. This is really an investment. Like we get tied up in these discussions about taxes and things, but the way I think about this is it's an investment. And for things that matter, you invest in them. You invest in your relationships. You invest in your kids. You invest in things that are important to you. And given the fact that we've lost some of the revenue, as pointed out earlier by Andy, we have to do something, or the uniqueness of this city will go away for my kids and everybody else. So I implore you to put this in the hands of all of us, so that we can decide whether or not this makes sense or not. And then it's up to us to kind of push for passage if it's an option. So I thank you for all you do, and hope that you give the community a chance to make this decision that's really a pivot point in the history of San Clemente. Thanks.
John Dow, followed by Wayne Eggleston, followed by Linda Moore. John?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is John Dow. I'm a 27-year resident of San Clemente, and I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen. And thank you, Andy, for that excellent presentation, very comprehensive. I am supportive of either the 3/4 or half-cent special purpose sales tax. I'm asking the city of San Clemente to trust our citizens to make this choice, as it will define our city in the years and decades to come. We must be realistic. We have an existential crisis facing our city, which requires immediate action and comes at a significant cost. It is incumbent upon us as a city to own it and address it head-on. We cannot count on our state government, which is facing a $50 billion budget deficit and has a record of strict environmental regulation, to either pay for our sand initiatives or to allow questionable alternatives. It would be to our great peril to expect better options in the future. Furthermore, a decision by the City Council to put this matter on the November ballot is not an explicit endorsement of a sales tax increase. It is a decision to allow the citizens to decide if a small tax increase is worth preserving our identity as a beach town. The city's own survey suggests there is a majority of support for this measure with a reasonable prospect of passing, even at the 2/3 voter approval requirement. With this type of demonstrated community support, you should allow the citizens of San Clemente the opportunity to make this decision. I believe if this resolution passes, our city will rally to support it. However, beach erosion is a complex issue, and no one is excited about tax increases, so a concerted effort to inform San Clementians is essential. A few thoughts on that. We all benefit from our coastal resources, whether we actively use them or not. Without a beach, property values decline, quality of life suffers, and the businesses we enjoy will struggle. We need our own source of funds. Second, we need our own source of funds and cannot be dependent on others for something so vital to our town. Having our own source of funds will increase the likelihood we will be able to obtain additional external funding that the city should aggressively pursue, especially from those that will directly benefit from our sand replenishment efforts, including OCTA. 3, our city's revenue model makes the need for a sales tax increase a reasonable and prudent one. It properly places the economic burden on citizens and visitors who benefit from our beaches. Also, as Manager Hall pointed out, by choice we don't have the revenue sources of other beach towns, which puts us at a disadvantage when it comes to funding something as significant as preserving our beach resources. A similar Orange County city, Seal Beach, has a full 1% sales tax. Lastly, sand replenishment has proven to be effective in San Clemente. To lose our beaches would be unthinkable, and by approving this resolution, it is preventable. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Wayne Eggleston, followed by Linda Moore, followed by Cameron Cosgrove.
Good evening, Wayne Eggleston, resident of San Clemente and former mayor. And yes, Victor, you can use that title for eternity.
All right.
That's how long Wayne's going to be around.
A little historic perspective. I was on the city council when the Clean Ocean Fund was approved. It was a parcel tax, and only property owners paid for it. It was on our water bill at $5 a month. It needed 50% to win, and it won overwhelmingly in 2003, in 2007, and 2013. But it was only paid for by property owners. That was important. The city council voted every time to send the ballots to the property owners in San Clemente. San Clemente is not a beach town without sand, and maintaining our beach trail, Mariposa, T Street bridges, and the pier. By the way, the pier really needs painted. It really is bad. Let us not become a second-rate beach town without sand and letting the beach and beach trail deteriorate. The issue tonight is not whether or not you believe in this tax, but the issue is to put the sales tax on the ballot so that we, the people, can vote on it and decide. That's the issue. The Clean Ocean Fund, by the way, as I said before, was only directed toward property owners. This is a sales tax which is shared by everyone, resident, voters, and visitors alike. So it's more fair and equitable. San Clemente is a very well-run city. We have a dedicated, smart city staff. We have the best city manager for decades, and thank you, Andy, for your terrific presentation tonight. That was terrific. I truly believe the voters will overwhelmingly give this a yes vote. Please vote and place this on the ballot so that every resident and visitor, every resident can vote on it, whether or not you are for or against an increase in sales tax. I was not really favorable way back when for a Clean Ocean Fund, but I voted to place it on the ballot when I was on the city council, and I voted for it eventually as a property owner on the ballot. Who wants dirty ocean water? Let us all decide this tonight. This is truly, let the people decide. This is truly the way democracy works. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Linda Moore, followed by Cameron Cosgrove, followed by Lois McNichol.
Hello, Council. My name is Linda Luchins Moore, and my family has been in San Clemente since 1963. In my opinion, sand is the lifeblood of our city, and I do apologize for that gritty imagery. Sand generates tourism for businesses and boosts our property values. It provides recreational enjoyment and scenic beauty for everyone. Now it is quite evident that our precious sand is disappearing. And I want you to please take a second to imagine our coastline without its beautiful sandy beaches. And thank you, Mr. Hall, for those 2 images, which were heartbreaking. In that short period of time, how much sand we have lost and the difference of the look that we received. Our upcoming election provides us with the unique opportunity to grant our citizenry the right to have a say in addressing this dilemma. Please allow this to happen by placing some form of sale tax for sand replenishment on the November ballot. And of course, much information will need to be provided to our voters beforehand. So thank you very much for your time and your consideration of this extremely important proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cameron Cosgrove, followed by Lois McNichol, followed by Michelle Brooks.
Evening, council members and fellow residents. I'm here to support the staff report you got from the city manager tonight. I think it's an easy vote because you're deciding whether or not you trust the citizens enough to have a voice about their town. And I think it's easy because we do stand at an unprecedented moment in our city's history. Our beloved beaches are the heart and soul of our community, and they're eroding at a rate we've never seen before. Plus, as our city manager presented tonight, a 12-year backlog, a 17-year backlog of beach projects. So this is the moment. Do we put it on the ballot? Do we be real? Or do we just put our head in the sand and say, oh no, can't do that? I think we've been doing that too long. Let's not do that anymore. The recent sand replenishment project has showed us this can be done and it's successful. So I am here to support our city manager with a significant investment in our city because it's more than just sand and it's more than just the projects. It's about preserving the essence of San Clemente. So I urge you to put this beach rescue plan, that's what I call it, on the ballot for the community to decide because the cause is important enough to create a dedicated revenue source that would be restricted to sand replenishment, sand retention and coastal erosion projects, coastal access improvements, trail maintenance and bridge maintenance, the pier maintenance, and the lifeguard facilities. So this is our moment to rescue our beaches. That's why this is a simple vote tonight. Our beaches are not just part of our landscape. They're part of our lives. They're our memories. They're really the identity of the village by the sea. The beach rescue plan is an investment in our future. And we can spread the financial responsibility to all those who shop in our city, including visitors and non-residents. So I urge you to place this on the ballot, give us a chance to exercise our voting privileges to show that we care about preserving and rescuing our coastal identity. We have the responsibility to act now to ensure that San Clemente remains beautiful and vibrant for generations to come. So let's act now. Let's rescue our beaches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lois McNichol, followed by Michelle Brooks, followed by Steve Lang.
Lois?
Okay, so in July, there was a Coastal Advisory Committee meeting, and the North Beach Homeowners Association president addressed the council. He stated that the community does not find the ideas for sand replenishment, which included the breakwaters that were previously discussed, to be in the best interest of San Clemente, because that would destroy surfing. And there was no long-term plan for maintaining the beach, such as moving the train, which is what they're going to be doing in San Diego. That has not even been addressed once. So he suggested that a matrix that containing all the ideas for sand replenishment, sand restoration be created, and that then an analysis of those ideas should be done in order to determine what it really is in the best interest of San Clemente and the cost. And then we can determine how we are going to pay for it. But right now, we're talking about, well, it's got to be dredging, or we got to be paying $67 a cubic yard. We are not even talking about all of the other ideas that are out there. And there is a permanent solution to sand erosion that has not been discussed by this city council. So I cannot support a tax.
Next speaker.
Michelle Brooks, followed by Steve Lang, followed by Jeff Berg.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your time tonight. And once again, Andy, incredibly informative presentation. At the last meeting, there was some concern over being the council to put a tax on the ballot. I find that understandable. As was said before, no one wants to pay more taxes. But this is the reality of living in a beach town. It's a precious resource that we are so fortunate to call our home. It's up to us to protect and nourish this resource that is the heart and foundation of our small beach town. The public survey that was shown in the last meeting showed overwhelming support in favor of a tax. I say we go for it, the full 75%, not a half, because this is how everybody, tourists, visitors alike, pay their fair share. As Andy pointed out, property tax, the tot tax, just aren't our reality as feasible solutions. That's just what it is. It's also not fair for only the residents or property owners to pay for the upkeep of miles of beaches that are public to everyone outside of our city. Tonight, you guys aren't pushing for the tax, although I hope you join us after this and do support it. All you're doing is putting it to the voters. It's out of your hands. Just give it to all the voters to decide. I created a survey after the last meeting, super casual. I've never created a survey before, and I just shared it with some networks of friends. They're all local, live in San Clemente, and it's at almost 150 signatures in favor of placing this on the ballot. People travel in the summer, not everybody's gonna come to a meeting, but just keep that in mind. It's 150 people, nobody really that's here, maybe a few of us, in favor of seeing this on the ballot. So thank you for supporting the community and making this crucial decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lang, followed by Jeff Berg, followed by Brig Bunker.
This is Mr. Lang.
How's it going, Councilman? It's a long night. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mayor Duncan. Where are you, by the way? Are you in
New York.
New York? Well, thanks for sitting in tonight. We appreciate it. It's probably a little later there than it is here. I would like to echo everybody's comments tonight, and I agree with everything that everyone said except for the speaker before, Michelle. I disagree with what she said. And I want you guys to know that your constituents. I think we're probably 99% in favor of this, which is quite telling of the way we think you should do it. I don't think we need to pontificate or criticize or condemn or complain or why it should have happened or shouldn't happen or on whose watch this happened. If ifs and buts were candy nuts, it'd be a Merry Christmas. All we need is want to be able to vote for ourselves, to put it on the ballot, and to fix our catastrophic loss of our most precious resource, our beaches. Thanks for being nice to me. Thanks for being a good councilman. Thanks for serving your community. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Jeff Berg, followed by Brig Bunker, followed by Susan Ambrose.
Good evening, Councilman Jeff Berg, Bring Back Our Beaches. Not much more to say than what's been said, other than I have no idea on what basis any of you all could vote no on putting this in front of the citizens of San Clemente. You need to put community above party. You need to put the citizenry above ideology. We're not asking you all to opine on tax versus no tax. We're just asking you to put it to a vote. So thank you very much. We hope you guys do that. We're counting on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Bunker, followed by Susan Ambrose.
Good evening. Unlike many of the people here, I've only been here a couple years. We moved here 2 years ago. And for me, it was a lifelong dream to get to a coastal community. And we spent a lot of time studying where we wanted to be for our family. I moved here with my wife and 4 kids. And the beach is the place that we recreate together. Unlike a lot of other places, you can't go and engage directly with your kids in this way. We made an investment in deciding to come here because this is not where we want to just be with our kids, but we want to be with our grandkids in the future. And I want to make sure that I emphasize that I feel like we're at a time that inaction would be catastrophic. Things will not get better if we don't act. And the citizens recognize that and want to have a voice in that. I think the question is the special tax the right funding mechanism? And there's lots of debate to have on that. And I think the citizens want to be part of that debate. The citizens want to be educated. There's a subset of folks that are very well educated, and many others are not, like I wasn't when I moved here 2 years ago, and I'm learning about this. I look forward to the opportunity to participate in the process of being more educated and helping educate others so that we can make a decision to ourselves. And that's why I urge you to vote to allow this resolution to move forward for us to make a decision as the citizens of San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Ambrose, followed by Helen Gilchrist.
Good evening, City Council members. Andy, that was a terrific report that you gave us. I hope all the people listening in at home are applauding you as well. You gave us great information that we needed to have, particularly the analogy of how much more would it cost if you had a $100 dinner? 75 cents or 50 cents? Now, when you look at that, you can afford that. If you don't look at it, if you don't see the real life there, that maybe all of you can make some other examples for the public to see prior to this election, this vote. I do hope that you definitely put this on the ballot because we are here in San Clemente. You'll be so amazed at how many people, when we have Coastal Cleanup Day, I take posters to the stores in town. People who own those stores or manage those stores call me, and we go outside and they'll say, "You'll never believe it, but I earn more money. My store makes more money when I advertise that I'm cleaning up the beaches." Surprise, surprise. That is true, and that's because we take care of our beaches here. That should be one of our mantras, rather than don't ask for what you think you might get, ask for what you need to have the best solution for a problem now. Thank you for listening to me about that.
Thank you.
Helen Gilchrist.
And after?
That's all.
That's the last speaker? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. The one thing that I haven't heard spoken about is the upcoming Olympics in the USA in 2008. I've been mesmerized this week watching. In fact, today my grandson, Sam Niger, is flying home from Tahiti, where his girlfriend just won the gold medal in surfing. So, very excited. But that is scheduled to take place in 2008. And Trestles will be one of the places that will be considered for a surfing venue, as well as Huntington Beach. So I think it's important for us to think about, you think of all the income generated from visitors during an event like that. And so I hope you will put it on the ballot. I would even say 1%. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we will have, we're done with the public speakers. We're going to have questions from the city council, just questions for the city manager. And then after that, we'll give whatever statement. Does that make sense, everybody?
Did you want to close the public hearing before we take the break?
No.
Gotta leave it open.
Okay. Just 5 minutes.
Have them?
Yeah.
Want me to just get them?
Yeah. Mark.
Mark.
I'm going to start with Steve and then go that way with questions. I might start with the questions first. Yeah.
You're calling it, dude.
Yeah,
Whatever you
yeah,
want.
yeah. Okay, we're going to start the meeting again. Take your seats. Please take your seats. As I mentioned, what we're going to do before we have a motion and have our presentations, however, or speak to the issue, we're going to ask Andy the questions that we want or still need answered. And I'm going to start on the questions because I should tell you the history of that report is the questions actually came from all of you. We collected the comments. That's why you think they're such great questions that were answered by Andy. Because I sat there and I took all the emails, all the texts, and came up with about 30 questions. I said, Andy, we need to answer each of these because these are the legitimate questions that people have. And if we can answer these, people will support this. And so when you say they're great questions that Nancy answered, they're your questions. So you should take a little bit of the credit for that. The only other thing is, it looks like we've been working on this for only a couple of weeks or a couple of months, which we have been working on diligently for a couple of months. But we started this whole process months ago when I ran for office. That's the one thing I wanted to do, put sand on the beach. So it's been a long process, and it's coming to fruition. But there were a couple of questions that were asked that I think need to be answered, and I know the answers, but because Andy and I went to a low sand meeting in Sacramento that dealt with the trains, and I heard I didn't put that in the questions because I didn't think it was a real question, but when we talk about the trains and burying them or putting them on freeway, I mean, that we're talking about a 50, 100-year project from the county as we understood it from the hearing in Sacramento. Not something that's going to happen next month, next year, in the next decade, the next 20 years. Can you address that?
Yeah, they've talked a little bit about two sections of the tracks that they would like to consider that keep getting closed because of either erosion or some of those things. One of them is in San Diego County. They have an alternative route for that area that's relatively flat. Remember, trains don't go up, especially freight trains, don't go up and down hills very easily. And the area that they need to move in San Diego County is a little bit flatter, and they've identified that area. Ours, they have just put out an RFP to study that. They anticipate that study being done in the next couple of years, and at the earliest that they were talking is probably a 30 to 50-year ability to move those tracks, if at all. They would have to identify an alternative location that would actually work. None of that's been studied, so it's really hard to say whether or not there's even another feasible location for the tracks.
The other question that there was a little bit of confusion on is about the number of grants from city, county, and state. Some have suggested that we're not pursuing them. We have aggressively and do aggressively pursue them, and will continue to aggressively pursue them. Talk about those.
Yeah, we constantly apply for grants, and we're lucky enough that we get a few of those. In fact, for instance, we just got $1.5 million grant from the California Coastal Commission. One, to study there was some talk tonight about, is there a closer source of sand than going all the way up towards Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, or down to Oceanside? We got a grant to study that. Are there some sand sources that are closer to San Clemente? And then to also finish our LCP. One of the things I'll say about grants, and I think most people recognize this, grants always require matching funds. So even if you get grants, you're still going to need some local money. For instance, the Army Corps of Engineers project, we have to pay 50% of that. The federal government's paying half of that, $125 million. That's fantastic. We still had to pay for 50%. And that's not unusual in grants to have matching funds or leveraging your money to try and get additional grants.
There was another question about that seem to suggest we don't know about sand retention or how to do that. And in fact, we've been studying that, and we have reports on that. And can you talk to that issue?
Yeah, sand retention, the one thing that I would say is, and we talk a lot about it, and the idea that sand is one and done is not accurate. The reality is that there will always be a need for sand placement. It's like our roads, it's like sidewalks, it's like anything else. We pave our roads, which basically are sand and oil, to be honest with you, it's asphalt. We pave our roads, they wear out, we have to repave our roads. We put in sidewalks, they wear out, we replace sidewalks. Sand is going to be similar, but what you want to do, just like we do with our roads, for instance, we don't repave the road every time that the surface starts to wear. We'll chip seal the road. We'll crack seal the road. We'll do everything we can to extend the life of the road. Well, that's the same thing with sand retention. We want to keep the sand here as long as possible, but we don't want to give anybody the false impression that we're going to put sand on the beach, we're going to put in some sand retention measures, and the sand will never go away. There's still going to need to be constant maintenance of the sand, but there are some proven things. I think what you may be referring to, Mayor, is we're doing a study right now about some nature-based solutions. Are there some ways to keep sand on the beach that are a little bit more natural, a little bit less impactful on the environment than maybe armoring, like the revetment? We've seen that the revetment can actually cause additional erosion. But, you know, some of our neighboring beaches, like Newport Beach is very famous for its groin field. And it does help retain the sand for a longer period of time. And that, you know, I hope someday to hear the same thing from our residents that I hear from people in Newport. It is so hard to get to the water. You have to walk across such a wide beach. You know, that they complain because their beach is too wide. I hope we're in that position someday. But we do need to, I think what I've heard from the residents, and I've attended a few of those meetings, I don't think anybody wants us to be a testing ground. What we really want to do is take some of these sand retention things that work, like groin fields, and maybe some other protections that we've seen. I know Oceanside just did a very vast study on best ways to keep sand on the beach. So use already some science that's been looked at, but use proven methods. I don't know that we want to be a testing ground. We want to make sure we're using solid tested methods.
Yeah, so I'm done, so you could be next in order.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that one point, I just received a question. Do we have other areas that have done this similar thing and we've seen it work?
As far as retention?
Sand retention and sand placement, what other examples do we have?
So there's our nature-based solutions has a whole bunch of ideas in there. Some have been more well-received than others. I think you have to balance a lot of them. Sometimes retaining sand means reducing the amount of wave energy, for lack of a better term, wave energy on the sand. When you do that, you also reduce things like surf and surfing. And so we've got to reach this balance between making sure that we keep good recreation uses on the beach, like surfing and some of those kinds of things, and also finding ways to reduce some of the wave action and whatnot. I will say that back, and I think a lot of people in this room can remember, when the beaches were healthy, when the beaches were wide, even when we had king tides, even when we had large storms, the beaches were more stable. And that's because when you go further out from the coast, the beaches are deeper. And when you start to lose, and people said, man, just overnight, all of a sudden our beaches were gone. What happens is you start to lose from the west, you start to lose that beach. When you get closer to the shore, the beaches aren't as deep. So they move much more quickly. So restoring those out to a further out west, you just simply have more sand in the system and you're just keeping it there. And that's why they appear to be more stable. And then all of a sudden you reach this breaking point, and when the sand is so shallow, bam, overnight with one winter storm, the sand is gone overnight. And people say, wow, what happened? Well, it's not a real mystery. It's just that there isn't as much sand to scour out at that point in time.
All right, any other questions?
No, that's
all right. We're going to wait for your statements until...
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Checking my notes for any questions.
Sure. Questions?
Yeah, real quick. The city of Orange that's proposing a tax, is that a general tax? Is it a directed tax? Do you know?
I don't know for sure. I don't answer because I don't know for sure.
Okay. And the same thing for Seal Beach or whatever.
I think Seal Beach, and I believe there's one other city. I don't think it's La Palma, but. it
Buena
could be.
Park or something? Does that sound
I
familiar?
know it's an inland city. I don't know which one. I apologize.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah, I think Orange was a general tax. And
Is it a general? Okay.
Chris, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, and so we're done with all our questions. So let's get into discussion then. And is there? We'll close the public hearing now. Then, all right. We'll close the public hearing at this point in time and get into a discussion of this proposal. And I'll start at either end. Do you want to start?
Yeah, I'll start. You know, first of all, it was a great report, Andy. You gave a lot of detail. You gave a lot of information, and we all appreciated it, clearly. I thought there were great comments from the audience about our need to fix the problem, to do it expeditiously, and do it quickly. Very valid concerns about the condition of our beaches and where they're at. There's no question that this is a beach town. It's not an existential threat. We'll always be a deep beach town. The question is, what will be the quality of our beaches? And we all want the best quality on the largest beaches. So that goes without saying. We all want sand. The tax is really the issue we're talking about tonight, to place a tax. And what are we placing the tax for? For the purpose of funding our current operation. Our current operation is a 50-year plan with the Army Corps of Engineers to spend upwards of close to $200 million on sand that's going to be coming in and going out, as our city manager said. It's not a permanent fix. It's a moving target. It will always be moving. Fixing the beaches is crucial. We all want that. It's the #1 priority of this council, I'm convinced. My concern is that we're focusing on funding a program, a technology, a sand replacement technology that's old, that's expensive, that's outdated. When we had the ribbon cutting for the beginning of the beach sand with Manson dropping sand on our beach, I gave the example. I said, we're moving forward, but we have to think about how to do it. Federal government expense versus private industry expense is hugely different. NASA spends a rocket, for example, I used this example then, I said NASA spends a rocket up for $2 billion. Elon Musk does it for $60 million, 32 times less expensive. The colonel from the Army Corps of Engineers came up to me afterwards and he said, Steve, your comments were right on about the expense of this operation. It's expensive. We're talking about a tax to fund an operation that is incredibly expensive. And I mentioned before, there's other technology, and if you could put on the first slide, I just want to show two real quick slides. The first was originally part of Andy's presentation. Instead of shipping the sand 30 miles away, you simply go offshore beyond the depth of closure, you grab the sand, you blow it up on the beach. This happens all over the place. Next slide. It happened it's happening in Australia. In this particular example, I think it's Freeport, Australia. They got 130,000 cubic yards of sand with this dredger blowing up on the beach. Cost them $2.3 million. This was 2 years ago. So the technology is there. So we all need money for the sand. We got to have money for the sand. This will raise a huge amount of money to pay for an extraordinarily expensive protocol. I contacted, just because I've been pushing this concept for 4 years, and the first time I think I suggested that we have a sand czar and we focus on offshore sand, the council at that time said, no, let's not do that, let's hire another consultant. 4 years later, now we're talking about taxing it. We've got to address the sand. It's crucially important. I contacted the largest marine operator in San Diego that handles all the harbor issues with the boats, the Nielsen Beaumont firm. And I said, if you were going to do an offshore operation like the one I just described, you'd need a floating platform, you'd need a pump, and you'd need a couple thousand feet of piping. I said, what would be the capital costs of creating an operation like that? They came back to me and they said, well, after about a week of looking at this, they said, well, if you had a floating barge, you could rent one cheaply, but if you want to buy one as a capital expense, about $2.5 million. They said if you want to have piping, about 2,000 feet of piping, flexible piping with all the mechanisms to control it, about $300,000. They said if you want to have a 200 horsepower pump, diesel pump, it would pump 150,000 cubic yards of sand per hour. And that cost of that pump would be about $100,000 a month to rent, or if you wanted to buy it, about $1 million. If 150,000 cubic yards per hour wasn't enough, he said you could go to about a 700 horsepower pump. That would generate about 500,000 to 600,000 cubic yards of sand an hour. And, or if you wanted to rent it, it's about $300,000. If you want to buy it, about $3 million. So for a total of $3.8 million in capital expenditures to have an operation to operate as soon as the Coastal Commission says you can go offshore. Andy mentioned we have a grant at $1.5 million to identify the sand close to shore. We could have an operation with initial capital expenditure of under $4 million. We're spending $19 million almost this year for the first time tranche, and we got to go for 50 years. And what we do now, even if we pass this and it goes on the ballot and it passes by 2/3, we're still going to have to do it every year. And this doesn't do anything for the Olympics in 2008. Sand isn't coming to Cypress Shores if we continue on the present course. It's not doing anything for the other 5.5 miles, as Dr. Whitelaw mentioned. This only covers a mile plus of our approximately 6 miles of beaches. So what I'm saying is funding's important. It's nice to have a reserve. It's nice to have the money. But we don't want to be spending crushing taxpayer taxes on a family that varies from $500 to $1,000 a year in taxes. We can all afford it in here, but there are a lot of people that would probably cringe. And of our 65,000 residents, I think a lot of them would cringe and say, what are you doing? Sand is vital. We got to have it. We have to move forward. I'm not opposed to that. None of us are. But I just think instead of doing this tax, if we go ahead with the sand identification program and get sand, lots of sand on the beach. This isn't doing anything for Cypress Shores. If we had a barge that would be able to move up and down our coast, pushing up to several 100,000 cubic yards of sand per hour, I'm telling you, we'd have our beaches filled post haste. And I think the Coastal Commission, although historically they've been environmentally negative, I think the attitude there may be changing in this area, especially if the report comes back from the coastal grant to study this very issue. It's there. So those are my concerns. We all want it. It's important. And I guess the question is, how do we do it best? My closing comment is simply, if we were to go forward with this tax, we're financing a technology that is old, slow, expensive, and sloppy, as we've witnessed with the Manson Company on the first week of their operation. So I think we can do it. I think we can do it effectively. And I'm all in favor of sand. I just think we got to do it a little differently than what's been proposed. Those are my comments.
So maybe we should have a motion at this point so that we know what we're discussing this motion, and that way we can get your comments on whether you support or oppose
Yeah, specific.
the tax. Yeah. So
Well, I'll make a motion.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 24-125.
okay. At
That's a 3/4% sales tax.
all right. Is there a second? I can't second it this time, but if you want to do that.
I'll go ahead and second.
All right. So let's, that way we can get to your comments on the motion itself.
Well, those are my comments. I don't need to repeat them.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Can I ask you, do you support the motion or oppose to the motion, or?
Are you asking each one of us?
Are we still in
We're
discussion?
still in discussion, though. You
We're
can't-
still in discussion. Okay, all right. I would only say that, if that's I wouldn't put that off the table. I mean, that could be part of these funds that we're raising. It is, we have the money to discover the sites, the sand sites, and, if that will get you with us, it's something to consider. I would only suggest that probably the figures that you're alluding to are private industry as opposed to government. What it costs the government, it always costs, but maybe I'm wrong. The government always pays 2 to 3 times as much for the same product, so.
Nielsen Beaumont only does government projects,
Okay,
mostly with the federal government.
all right, so,
Chris, do you want
Chris, you want to speak next?
No, I'll hold my comments for now.
I'll go.
All right.
Well, this is one of those times, and I'm not going to sit up here and be an expert on anything, certainly not sand replenishment. I listened to Steve, and I don't see anything in this resolution that precludes us from doing any technology, any type of technology. It's all wide open. And I think we should be looking at the best possible way to put sand on the beach. And I think this resolution and whatever ballot measure this is going to accept that. So I'm not going to talk about sand or, how we do it, when we do it, or whether we do it or not. But I'm going to speak not as an expert, but as a public servant and a representative of the public. And it's quite obvious to me from the speakers tonight and the emails that I've received in the last 2 days that overwhelmingly, and the speakers tonight didn't really talk about sound. I mean, Dr. Susie did because she knows a lot about it. But most people are just saying, let us make the decision how our city looks like going forward. Let us make that decision and have input in that. So that's why I'm supporting this resolution, is I just want to see it put on the ballot. We'll decide, and that's it.
All right.
I think I'll do my presentation now.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
So I can get my presentation. Okay, so a lot of things, just a disclaimer, a lot of things in this presentation, Mr. Hall has already talked about, and wonderful work on your presentation and that staff report. This picture here is I think, indicative of what we're looking at. You can see north of the pier, that's what our beach used to be. South of that pier, this is the sand replenishment project, and you just get a great visual right there of what we're trying to do and what this ballot measure could accomplish. Next slide, please. So just to go quickly over this, option 1, vote no. Option 2, vote for a specialized sales tax increase at a rate between a half cent to 3/4 of a cent. Option 3, vote for a generalized sales tax increase at a rate of a half cent to a full percent. To do any of these, we need 4/5 of the city council to place the measure on the ballot. Next slide, please. So option 1, the no vote. Here are the reasons given for a no vote that I've heard from the community and others. I don't want to vote for a tax. Well, this isn't a vote for a tax. It's a vote for the people to decide. This is the democratic process. This is direct democracy, giving you the opportunity to decide what this community wants. Another, we can do this project for cheaper, so we don't need it. There's, at this time, no data to support this. We have conjunctures, we have, pie in the skies, but that's just not reality right now. Rainbow dredging is environmentally harmful, and whether you agree with it or not, it won't be allowed by the Coastal Commission. Not now, not in the foreseeable future, unless something drastically changes, and that drastic change wouldn't happen for another 15 to 20 years. Whether you like this, the Coastal Commission or not, we are bound by what they say. What that rainbow dredging does is it only takes in about 3 feet of the sand from the top layer of the surface, and in doing this, it brings up all this dirt, it ruins the marine life, the animal quality, all of this environmental systems that we have, this ecological system, it dissipates. No way will the Coastal Commission allow that to happen. So we can hope for it, but it's not going to be there. Another idea, someone else should pay for it. Well, they already are. The federal government is already paying for half of the United States Army Corps of Engineers project. We need to pay for the other half, $6 million every 4 to 5 years plus inflation. We need to come up with those matching funds. The state should, but it's unpredictable. We saw this in this last year in budget cuts, and I hope going forward we will have a state representative that can get that money for us and push for those grants that we can use. With most grants, just emphasizing this again, the cities need to pay a portion of the cost. We can apply for all the grants we want, but if we're not paying anywhere from 20 to 50, sometimes 80% of the cost, we're not going to get those grants. And since we are an affluent city, grants for us are a little bit harder to come by. Grants tend to go for less affluent cities. They say, well, you're affluent, you can pay for this. So we need to be able to fund these measures. Other option, just cut spending. Our city is already at a bare bones budget. There are cuts that could be made, but if we make these cuts, we are cutting services that the people of the city rely on and they want and they expect. So if we cut those services, the people out there will suffer. We just can't do that. We could cut maybe, we could cut a little bit here or there, lower our services, our quality of services, but we're not going to find $10 million of city services to cut in order to get the sand placement that we need from now every year for the next 50 years. Next slide, please. So what we lose with a no vote, we lose our scoop permit. This allows us to get that opportunistic sand, which we would also lose the ability to get the opportunistic sand. So the sand that's coming into North Beach right now, if this is voted no, we don't get more opportunities for sand coming into North Beach or other areas. No coastal administrator position, which helps find out, okay, when the sand is being placed by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the coastal administrator is there helping make sure we get that good quality of sand, to make sure that we are getting the grants and applying for those grants, to make sure we have high quality services on our beaches. No sand retention projects, those are gone. So even if we place the sand and we get that contract for the Army Corps of Engineers, that $2 million every year that we'd have to put aside, we don't have the retention to keep it on the beach. Less public safety options. Think of our what's missing between from Linda Lane to North Beach. Our lifeguard services cannot make it during high tide to get to North Beach if there's an emergency there. Loss of our beach trail. Talked about the Mariposa Bridge. I'll talk about that again later. Loss of beach infrastructure. I'll give you some examples of that. Loss of property value. I have a slide coming up on that as well. I'll touch back on it. And of course, loss of our beaches. They will be gone. And then most importantly, loss of our democratic process. We lose the opportunity for you to decide whether you want this. If this city decides we don't want this, we're fine with our sand going away, so be it. Okay, we have made that process, but that at least is a democratic process. At least the people get to decide it. That picture right there, that's Poche Beach. When I was growing up here, I learned how to surf at Poche Beach. Maybe not the best place to learn how to surfing. The waves weren't fantastic, but at least there were waves. There was sand on that beach. I remember burning the bottoms of my feet getting from the underpass to the water because there was so much sand. There were people on that beach. This picture was taken just last week. 2 people on the beach fishing, which I don't know that I would even eat the fish that they caught there for another reason, which I'll come up with in a little bit. But that picture right there, that is what will happen to the rest of our beaches. That's what's going to happen to Linda Lane. You saw this happening at the pier, and it was in this process of turning into it before we put the replenishment on there. If we don't continue with this, that's what will happen at the pier, at T Street, at Lost Winds. Next slide, please. So more on property value. This is from the Professor Ed Colson from the UCI Center for Real Estate. Dozens of studies confirm that beach erosion also erodes property values. One study from the Outer Banks in North Carolina suggests that 1 foot of beach erosion decreases waterfront property values by 4%. His guesstimate for beach erosion in Orange County was that the negative impact could be as high as $12 billion. So whether you go to the beach or not in this town, your property values are impacted by the fact if there is sand or not. Next slide, please. So let's look at option 2 and 3, the specialized versus the general tax. And if we vote yes on either one of these measures. So possible rate options, 1% sales tax. This could generate $13 million. And based on a spending, this is just estimates of how much a San Clemente resident would spend in San Clemente, $1,000 to $2,000 per month. Obviously, these numbers fluctuate, but San Clemente family individual will pay roughly $10 to $20 a month. That's about the price of a fancy cocktail, and generates everything we need for public safety, sand, beach infrastructure, and clean water. A 3/4 cent sales tax will generate about $10 million. San Clemente consumer will pay $7.50 to $15 a month. That's a really nice draft beer. Yeah. Go to Los Molinos, get a good beer, about that price. And this will just pay for sand and sand retention. 0.5% sales tax generates about $6.5 million. San Clemente consumer will pay roughly $5 to $10 a month. I think you had it at $6.75 million. So yeah, give or take a little bit there. That's about a cup of coffee, a nice cup of coffee, good frappuccino. That's what we're spending to save our beaches. It won't be enough for the sand. The city will need to look for other sources such as grants. I said food there. I should be more specific. Groceries and medicine are not taxed. Obviously, if you're going to a restaurant, that will be taxed. Other thing about this is visitors contribute to this. It's not just based on our own property taxes. All right, next slide, please. So option 2, let's look a little bit at this specialized tax at a 0.5 cent to a 3/4%. Pros of this: it increases revenues for sand replenishment by $6.5 to $10 million. Revenue is itemized and can only be used for sand and sand retention. However, the cons, and this is a big con, and I'm going to come back to it, 67% of the population are needed to vote in favor of this. That is a high margin. Hold on to that. Come back to it in a second. Next slide, please. Option 3, a general tax at a 0.5% to 1%. This goes to the general fund. So that is the con there. And there is also a lack of trust with public officials. That is a sentiment in our town. However, I would say that we have a very, engaged citizenry in this town who would absolutely be monitoring what our city is doing with that money, where those funds are going. Okay, pros of this. Revenues generate anywhere from 6.5 to 13 million, depending on those rates. Here's the kicker. 50% plus 1 of the population are needed to pass. That is a lot easier than the 67% margin. 3/4 of the revenues goes to sand and sand retention, and 1/4 of the revenues addresses other concerns of the citizens. What can those other concerns be? I think there's this idea that, okay, they're just going to go off into street pavement. But let's look at some of those things. Next slide, please. Public safety and emergency response. When the survey went out, this was the #1 issue for the people taking the survey, what they found most important of what needs to be addressed the most in the city. So what does this look like for us? Well, our lifeguard headquarters, which Mr. Hall talked about. In the next few years, this is going to need a complete redo, and we're going to need to spend about $10 to $15 million for this capital improvement project. This can go to that. 2 new sheriff positions, $640,000. Expansion of the park ranger program, $140,000. All this thing can be included in that general tax. Next slide, please. Okay, repairing streets and roads. This can go toward the Mariposa Bridge. To repair it alone is $3 million. To replace it is $12 to $15 million. Also, the issue here is a cost of the landslides that we've been having. And we're predicted to have more landslides, not less. When those landslides happen, we see deferred costs or deferred projects from our capital improvement projects. That puts everything else back. Next slide, please. Okay, protecting local beaches and beach access for residents. T Street, overpass repair, roughly $10 million. If you've been there lately, you'll see the rust that's falling off of there. It looks sketch. The pier underpass, we have flooding and drainage issues whenever there's a storm. That will need to be addressed. The pedestrian audible warning system, this is $2 million. These things can all be paid for with those funds. Oh, by the way, the pedestrian audible warning system, when I grew up here, we didn't have that. And 2 a.m. every morning, I grew up by the tracks. 2 a.m. every morning, you'd hear the freight trains coming by with their horns. It woke you up every night. This was put in place to avoid that. We need to replace it. If we don't replace it, you will be hearing those calls again. Next. Supporting small businesses. North Beach Concession Building needs a $400,000 revamp. I remember growing up here at North Beach, you could get a hot dog there, you could get pizza there, you could get shakes there. It was a wonderful family place to be. This would support the revitalization of that. Next slide, please. Local drinking water supply. We are looking at partnering in the desalination plant to make sure that we have affordable water supplies for generations to come. But there's an initial cost of $2.7 million to get on the groundwork of this. A general tax would address this. Next slide, please. Poche Beach Water Reclamation Project. This is going to be almost $10 million. And there's grant money available to address this, but we still have to put in our own money for it. This picture was also just taken last week. We have some of the cleanest beaches in California, but Poche Beach is one of the dirtiest beaches in California. If we want to address this, we have to put funds in there to clean it up. Next slide, please. So the survey results, and here's where I get worried with the specialized tax, is that in that survey, 64% of people favored the measure. Oftentimes, we live in a bubble that we think, yes, everyone agrees with me on this perspective, but you have to understand, there's a lot of people out there who don't agree on that measure. And yes, there will be information going out for it, but there's also going to be information going out against it. There is a 6.7% margin of error on this. Now, that is within the margin of error to get up to the 67% for the specialized tax. But a general tax passes easily with 50% of the vote. So I shouldn't say that. I want you to have the opportunity to vote on this. My fear is that we are trying to replace the good with the perfect. Do we want to risk that? And if we do, okay. But if it doesn't go through, man, what does that mean for our beaches? Next slide, please. So again, just to put this in comparison, specialized tax, 0.75% sales tax, $10 million in revenue, just sand retention. We are in the margin of error that it may pass, but it may not pass. And if we're okay with that margin of error there, with that risk, okay. In a general, half cent to full sales to percent sales tax, anywhere from $6.5 to $13 million in revenue. What do we get? Public safety, 911 emergency response, clean and safe public areas, street repair, protecting beach access, local drinking water, including the desalination plant, ocean water quality, and sand retention. We get all of that. And there is a high probability that it does pass. That's the kicker there. That is the kicker. Next slide, please. So yes, we want sand. That's what we want right there. We want the sand on our beaches. We can see the replenishment there. We can see the good that it comes. We can have our beach concerts. We can have our waves. We can have our surfers out there. Everything that we dream of when we think of a beach city. And when I think of growing up in this city, what was so important to me, I want that for my future generations. Next slide, please. And not a but, and we can do more. We can, if we want it. Next slide, please. But we risk, and I really want you to hear this, we risk losing it all. The question is, what's going to be our legacy? And this is for us up on this council here. In 50 years, I'll be 90. 50 years, I want to be able to sit on a beach, either at Poche, at T Street, at the pier. I want to be able to sit there with my kids, with my grandchildren, maybe even my great-grandchildren, and I want them to be able to put their feet in the sand. And I want to be able to tell them, hey, I had something to do with this. I had something to do. We had something to do with this. We did this not just for us, but for our future generations, for our posterity. So with that, next slide. I'm going to propose a substitute motion to adopt a resolution number 24112, submitting the San Clemente Public Safety Beach Maintenance City Services measure to the November 5th, 2024 ballot for the voters to decide whether the existing sales tax should be increased by 0.75 cents, establishing policies and procedures for the election, directing the city attorney to prepare the impartial analysis of the measure, and authorizing the filing of rebuttal arguments, and adopt resolution number 24111, approving the advisory spending guidelines, declaring that the funds from the measure are to be used for resident identified priorities, such as keeping public areas safe and clean, maintaining local beaches and beach access for residents, protecting local drinking water supply and ocean water quality, and maintaining 911 emergency response.
Is there a second? This is a general tax.
This is a general tax.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Well,
Can we have a discussion or questions on this?
It doesn't have a second.
it doesn't have a second, we can't, but
Okay, for the sake of discussion, I will second it.
okay. So we have two motions up. We will consider this one first, but let's finish our statements relative to it all, because I talk about
Go for
both of them too. So let's start then with, I too prepared a presentation that Andy stole a lot of. And so I have, I want to start, okay, all right.
Wait, that's the same slide.
No, mine's better. Mine is much better, it's more colorful, more beautiful than the one Andy showed. So let me just say, we're at a critical moment in deciding the future of San Clemente, as my colleagues have said. The threshold question is whether we want to be a beach community with pristine beaches, a beautiful beach trail, first-class lifeguard facilities, and a safe place where our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come can surf and swim and sunbathe or just play in the sand. When I see the future of San Clemente, this is what I see. This is what I envision. And this is what I hope that we will all fight for if we're able to get the vote for one of these tax measures. So where's San Clemente today? I can tell you this. We failed for much too long, for decades, to invest in our coastal infrastructure. Our Mariposa Bridge has failed. Our beach trails and our walkways are in need of maintenance. Cypress Shores is no more. North Beach is a pile of rocks. Our beach buildings, including our lifeguard buildings and Tower Zero, are dilapidated and in urgent need of restoration. And I think I have a couple more slides, if we could move, that show essentially the damage to Mariposa Bridge, the landslides that have closed the tracks, just some of the damage that exists out there that we need to repair. Go one more slide. This is a close-up of the Cypress Point area where the waves are up on the train tracks and have completely destroyed that area of the beach. North Beach, next slide. I took these two photos this past week. That's what our beaches look like now through a lot of San Clemente, except for the area that we've restored the beach. The beach building that Mark referenced in North Beach, that literally it's collapsing. I looked underneath. You could walk under there, and the pilings sit in the air. They're not supported by anything. So we have a lot of damage to this infrastructure. As I mentioned, our North Beach Lifeguard building is collapsing. Our Coeur d'Alene stairs, the Dehe stairs, are in need of repair. People that walk those, and I think Andy had a picture of those, need of vital repair. So what's the solution? We need to build a long-term coastal infrastructure, something we've never done before as a city. As our city, we spend money every year on water, on sewer infrastructure. We budget money every year, like clockwork, for our roadway infrastructure. We budget money for tree maintenance. We budget money for all our maintenance and infrastructure, but we've never protected our most important resources, our coastal infrastructure. And we need that money to repair and maintain our beaches. We've ignored our beaches for much too long. That said, we have begun 3 coastal infrastructure projects. 2 of these projects we were able to cobble money together to start the projects, but we certainly don't have sufficient budgeted resources to complete those projects. The Army Corps of Engineer project, the 50-year project, we will see 2 million cubic yards of sand on the beaches between T Street and Linda Lane, not our complete beaches. The sand could be placed every 5 years if we secure the resources needed to continue those projects. If we don't get those resources, this could be our last replenishment this year, the 100,000 cubic yards. And in fact, I will mention that, the Army Corps has told us if we don't agree over the next, and it'll be hopefully on the agenda soon, if we don't agree, then they're going to walk away from this project also. So we need to make a decision on whether we're going to commit those kind of resources if we want to keep the Army Corps of Engineer project alive. If we can raise the funds, we'll place these 2 million cubic yards of sand on the beach, primarily in the Pier Bowl area. It'll cost the city about $2.5 million every year to keep the project moving forward. It's money we don't have budgeted, but we will need to find if we want to keep our federal project moving forward. And the $2.5 million doesn't include unexpected costs like the additional $3 to $4 billion the contractors are looking for other failures in the project. The price also doesn't include the extraordinary expense we incurred in securing emergency permits for new borrow sites. I'll repeat it again, protecting our beaches is very expensive. But take a look at the results, and I think the next slide has the results. No, go one more. Yeah, there it is. This was the before and after sand replenishment beach, and we all have known and experienced it, and we've gone out there for the various activities, and we know what a difference it really makes protecting our beaches and investing in it. But our second major sand project going on right now is the North Beach project, and you saw that. It's a pile of rock. At one point, the sand beneath the restroom facility had been scoured so much that people could stand below the building. The playgrounds, the volleyball courts, other recreational facilities are no longer available to North Beach. More importantly, there's not enough sand on the beach for placement of a lifeguard tower to protect the beach goers. We began delivering sand this past week to North Beach. Actually, we started today. Had a couple little hiccups, but we're moving forward. And although the sand is free, the cost of delivery and grooming is where the real costs are. And we were able to put together $2 million for about 30 million cubic yards of sand. 30,000, yes. Our third major sand restoration project, and I'll call it that, is really a partnership we're pursuing with the Orange County Transportation Authority. OCTA was granted both emergency coastal development permit with a permit waiver to protect the rail lines that traverse the entire coastline of San Clemente. Consistent with the provisions of the Coastal Act, the Coastal Commission will require mitigation of the impacts associated with the work, and we are advocating for direct placement of sand on the affected areas, which are closer to Cypress Point and the state beach. We also know that our beach under sand is the only way to protect our critical lines. So we will be making our case to the OCTA, to the federal government, to the state government, to the county government, that their financial contribution to the beach infrastructure is a win for everyone. In fact, I would argue that one of the biggest beneficiaries of sand placement is the rail lines, and we need to protect that infrastructure, but the OCTA also needs to protect that infrastructure. A healthy beach will protect the rail lines. In addition to these three sand replenishment projects, we've moved forward on several supporting projects. We funded the nature-based coastal project feasibility study, our framework for protecting our coastline. It's costing us about $1 million a year. We have a shoreline monitoring program that's costing us about $80,000 a year. We're looking for a closer offshore source that we've discussed already, for a closer dredge site, which will reduce the cost of us bringing the sand. This program is going to cost $1.5 million, and we have the funding from that already through a grant. So we also could potentially look at the sand here that Steve mentioned. It's something that we will continue to pursue. We've implemented a winter berm project that retains our sand. That costs a significant amount of money too. We started the process of obtaining opportunistic sand project or scoop permit at a cost of about $800,000. This does not include any sand, it's just the permits that allows us to move the sand expeditiously when we find it. Again, the bottom line, all these costs, expenses to protect our sand are expensive. They're not cheap. And so if we want to commit to it, we have to commit to it. So how much is it going to cost us to build the coastal infrastructure? I believe our residents of San Clemente deserve and would support our efforts for a minimal amount. The city manager tells me it will cost about $10 million per year to routinely deliver sand and stay with the federal project, refine and implement the systems to retain sand, and to improve our beaches and our coastal access, our bridges, our piers, our beach trails, and our lifeguard facilities. How will the money be spent annually? I think I have a chart on that, but I'm not sure. Let's move on to the next slide. Oh, that's the end, go back, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we talked about the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer project, $2.5 million, plus 50% with cost overruns. 60,000 cubic yards of sand on the beach in the North Beach area will cost us $4 million. Trains and bridges, we estimate $1 million. Pier repair and maintenance, $500,000 a year. So all those projects are expensive. That when we talk about the money that we need, this is what the money that we will need will do and contribute to. There's also the one-time expenses that we've talked about, the $10 million for the T Street Bridge, the $12 to $15 million for the Mariposa Bridge, the $10 to $15 for the lifeguard headquarters, the $2 million for the pedestrian warning system, $2 million for beach access and underpasses. So how do we raise this money? You can go to the next slide. So how do we raise the $10 million a year? I've studied it thoroughly with our city manager over the past several months, and I've raised the issues that we've all discussed tonight. Andy has thoroughly addressed all those issues in the staff report, so I wasn't going to repeat them here, and so I will not. If we want an extraordinary beach community for our residents, it will take a lot of resources, and it's money that we don't have budgeted in our accounts. We could cut services, as has been mentioned by others. We could close a pool. We could do a lot of things, but most of the cuts, I don't think this community really wants. They moved to this community because they support the level of activities that this community gives to their children and their family, and they want to continue to be involved in that. So I will tell you, I think the appropriate amount of money that we need is the 6.5 million, and that 6.5 million will come through a half-cent directed tax. And I say that amount because I think that will give us the baseline for at least the minimum, the federal projects, and it will force us as a city to go out and secure the other funds that we can secure through state, federal, and county. And I will continue, and I think my colleagues will continue to keep pursuing that, and we will keep pursuing that. And that's where I'm at today, and I'm happy to be convinced otherwise, but I would support that proposal for a directed tax. I think the directed tax is the easiest for us, the most palpable for our community. I think when we get into a general tax, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that fear, including me, that the money will eventually, not necessarily by this city council, but by other city councils, maybe in 2 years and 5 years or 10, decide that, you know, the priority is a pickleball court or some other activity other than the beaches. And I think that's a real risk. And so I support even though it is a higher threshold to achieve, I support that. And I think that we would be able to convince the public that that's the right thing for this community.
Mr. Mayor, question on your slide. Is that 2.5 million at the top, that's for the extra that Army Corps wants to charge us for the additional re-staging and so forth? Is that what that number?
No, that's the annual cost.
Oh,
Overall,
projected.
yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So that concludes my presentation. So we'll hear from.
Does Chris have anything to say?
Well, let's
is
see if
Chris still
Chris-
there? Chris, oh yeah, he's still there. Look at him.
Right,
He's
Chris.
spry, chipper.
Getting late here. Rick, why don't you go first? I'll close it out.
Okay. Yeah, and to Mark's proposal, and I appreciate your passion, and everything you say is spot on. I have had conversations with some people, actually people that have spoken tonight, who are probably going to be the ones to really spearhead any whatever goes on the ballot to get the ballot measure passed. And they all had concerns. They all actually thought that the directed tax was better for trying to get it passed because that there's certain groups, surfing groups and whatever, that would be very weary of a general tax. They'd be all in on the beach and the sand and the surf and all that, but they didn't think that they could get support from some of these groups if it were a general tax. I share that fear too. I have a lot of confidence in these groups that will be working hard to get this passed. Their passion is the same as yours. And I believe your passion will be the same also, whether it's a 50% or a 67%. I know you're going to work hard for that too. So it's just the issue on the general tax. I just think if that was one of the issues tonight, maybe the arguments would have been different, at least the comments would have been different. But again, I share what you think. As far as the 3/4 to the half, Victor, I don't know that we need any motivation to raise more money. I think that $10 million that we get if we did a 3/4, we're not going to have a surplus. When you start talking about replacing a Marine headquarters building and some of the massive amounts we have, I don't think $10 million will be enough to address those. It will be nice to have the extra money, so we had that option. Just my feeling is whether it's a 3/4% on the ballot or a half, I don't think that's going to be the swaying point. I think it's going to be, do we want to invest this or do we not? That's what the residents are going to be thinking. So I'm still in favor of the Resolution 125 that I proposed, or that I made the motion to pass, and that's my feelings at this point.
If I can just comment really quickly. I really hope we're right on that 67%. No one wants to be more right than I should say, no one wants you to be more right on that than I do. And if my proposition does not pass, I just wanted to put it out there to say, those of you out there, if you want this to happen, you have work to do. Because us up here, if this gets on the ballot, we cannot say anything more after tonight. So it will be on you to get over that 67% threshold. So.
All right, Chris?
Okay. Well, I appreciate all the effort from our intrepid city manager, Andy Hall, for his presentation, and the council members for all putting forth cogent arguments. I'll attempt to be a little concise on mine, as we're now getting into this issue for quite a long time, and it's an important issue. So I think it's worth the thought that we put into it. I mean, my position, and I stated this before, is that we are taxed far, far too much. In fact, we're the most taxed people in California. Orange County is a donor county, and San Clemente is a donor city. And our residents deserve better than that. Our tax money, frankly, goes to other cities instead of to our city for our beaches, because we have the wrong representatives at the state level who have failed us. They failed us. They've left us dangerously unprotected. We've gotten no money from direct appropriations from the state of our tax money to protect our beaches over the last several years. I should note our current assembly member failed to write a letter of support for this after being asked. I think that says something about the courage there. She stayed silent instead of protecting our city and our residents. So, I mean, make no mistake, I don't support any new taxes on our residents. And I've said this before, I think about our Marines, of which we have many active duty living in town, our veterans, our seniors, our families, our single moms working multiple jobs who don't need any more taxes. They need less taxes. Less taxes is what I'm working for. So because of all that, I'm inclined to vote no on any new taxes, no matter what they're for, because people are suffering in San Clemente right now. But I'm a deep believer in local control, and I have a profound love for our city and for the residents. And I believe in our city. I believe that the residents of San Clemente deserve a chance to set our own future. You know, over these past nearly 100 years, San Clemente has faced a lot of challenges, and there's actually many in the room, some who have spoken tonight, some who don't always agree with me, who have stood up and fought back on behalf of San Clemente to protect our little town. That's why it looks like no other little town, no other little beach town. That's why it's the best beach town. So time after time, we've had to stand up for ourselves because we haven't gotten help from others. And this is another case of that. Our state representatives have let us down. The state has money to do this, by the way, and this is a state project. Protecting the rail line, that's a state priority. Protecting the rail line is a federal priority. The Marine Corps base, the nuclear generating facility that's been decommissioned, those are federal priorities that are served by the rail line. Why does San Clemente have to pay for that? But San Clemente is going to step up again, I think. That spirit of the Marines that we have, right? Our adopted unit, the 2-4. My nephew Jake, who's a Marine, and on whose behalf I fly the Marine Corps flag in my house. I think about all those people, in a time like this. So I'm going to make the vote not for myself, because I want everybody to know I'm going to be profoundly attacked, including potentially by some on our own council, for what I vote on here today. So watch out for that. So this isn't for me. This is for the people of San Clemente. So here's what I would say. I want to give the citizens of San Clemente a chance to set their own course. I want to give San Clemente a chance to protect our children and our small businesses and our way of life and our surfing culture, where we proved, thanks to Sweet Caroline, that we are the epicenter of surfing in the world. And so while I know I will be attacked, and while I know that I don't want any taxes because this is going to hit our poorest residents the most, I can support, as the mayor has said, giving our residents a chance to, and thank you, Victor, for proposing that, giving our residents a chance to decide whether they want to have a half-cent targeted tax just for sand, so that we can stay the beach city we've always been and the epicenter of the surfing universe. So that's where I stand. I'm going to vote for the people, and that's it. Certainly not for myself. I can vote for the people, but that's where I stand if someone wants to make a motion on that proposal, because I don't think we have that before us right now.
We do not, but let's vote on first. Thank you for your comment. Let's first vote on your
Substitute motion.
Mr. Mayor, one thing about the substitute motion from Mayor Pro Tem. Since we do not have resolution number 24, 112, or 111 in the agenda materials, what I would recommend that you do is instead change that motion to whether to introduce those. If that passes, they would need to be read in full into the record, which would take a little time before you could then vote on adopting them.
Could I instead just offer a substitute
Yes.
motion on the half-cent tax?
Yes, you could.
And we could vote on that first. Well, I'm going to make that motion to introduce the half-cent directed tax as outlined. That one is in the agenda already. So I'm making that motion, and do we have a second on that?
I have a question first. So these were just two separate resolutions. So if you make that a substitute motion, we vote on first and it fails, and then we vote on my original one?
So
We vote on Mark's substitute.
We would vote on Mark's substitute.
Okay, so let's say his substitute and your substitute motion fails, and then we go to the original and that fails. So we're done?
Yeah, but.
No.
No.
You can keep going as
You can
long
keep
as you
going?
like.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Can I get a second?
Well, since I made the other, since somebody else do that, since I proposed
do
the
you
other
want to
one?
you want to second that?
I can second your motion.
All right.
And just to clarify, that's to adopt resolution number 24126.
That's correct.
And can I clarify, part of the reason that I would support seconding it is, as Victor said, it's important that we not let the people on the hook who are really obligated to be paying for these projects and not just take it on the backs of hardworking San Clementians. And this option does make it clear that other folks need to protect their interests as well and partner with us on these projects. And I think this will motivate that, because it will necessitate the need for other folks to support these projects as well. The people who have the money to do it. It's our tax money too that they have.
Yeah, and I would hope they would, and it be the direct tax. If we got all the money, we would just save our money and earn interest on it, and we could spend it when we needed it in the future. But for the SAM projects. But okay, we have three motions. We're going to
Discussion on the motion?
We can have discussion. Yes.
On the motion, I just want to respond to comments that were made apparently in support of the motion. One of our colleagues who is running for state office has taken this opportunity, instead of talking about the beaches and the taxes, to criticize his opponent in a race. using this as a political venue. Our Assemblywoman Davies has been responsible for getting the money that we've spent to get the sand here. Her office has led the charge in writing to the Army Corps of Engineers to reconsider the fact that they're charging the city up to $1.5 to $4.5 million extra. She's led the charge in opposing that. Last year, she successfully got AB 822 signed into law, which would allow nonprofit city entities to receive grants from the Coastal Commission for the purpose of coastal erosion prevention and to receive their grant funds on an expedited time frame. This year, she successfully got past AB 1881, which requires that any time the Coastal Commission convenes a scientific panel for new or proposed regulations, they include individuals with professional experience in coastal erosion on those panels. She got that passed. She partnered with Senator Blakespear for SB 1098, which finally came up with a plan to address the issues of the Los Angeles-San Diego Rail to require entities to plan for ways in which they can mitigate sand erosion and bluff erosion that would affect the future of the trail. Last year, she helped with the Orange County Transportation Authority's request for a climate change adoption for grant funding to help understudy, and I could go on and on. Our legislators, Assemblywoman Davies, Senator Wynn, our county supervisors, and others have done yeoman's work to assist us in this real problem. And I just find it sad that we have to take this opportunity to get free publicity on our campaigns for state assembly, but those are my only response to the motion.
All right, thank you.
Well, I'd like to respond to that since I guess that was directed to me. This has nothing to do with any political campaigns. It has to do with the person falling down on their job and not getting the job done over 3 years while our beach wasted away and letting our tax dollars go to LA and San Diego instead of coming here where it's supposed to be. That's what this is about. We shouldn't have to be taking a vote on this because we've already paid the money for this. It has nothing to do with anything else other than protecting the residents of San Clemente.
I got a comment on that. You know, I want to comment on this. The party that you're attacking, Chris, the Republican Party doesn't control Sacramento. The party that is endorsing you and pushing you to join the club in Sacramento is the one that's done everything to destroy local control, and they're the ones that haven't sent money where it should be. They're the ones with a super majority that control. So do we need that club to be increased? I don't think so, but that maybe sounds a little political, but your comments, Chris, were extremely political, and I take umbrage to them.
All right, well, let's, do you want to move the?
I'll call for the question.
Okay, I'll second it. So we have a roll call vote.
What are we voting on again?
Yes, I'll repeat it. So the motion on the table is a motion by Mayor Cabral, second by Councilmember Duncan, to adopt Resolution 24-126, and that is for the 0.5% tax. So starting with Councilmember Loeffler.
Okay, with the understanding that this could possibly come back around again if it doesn't pass
If you
this
don't
time.
get 4 votes, it doesn't pass.
But we can bring the motion up.
It could bring it back if none of the motions pass. We could readdress this one.
It's on the agenda tonight, so until
Yeah,
we can do anything.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay.
I'll vote no.
No.
Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
I'm an aye.
Mayor Cabral. Okay, that fails 3-2 with Councilmember Loeffler, Councilmember Noblock, and Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer voting no. Next item on the substitute motion that we are going to vote on now. Megan's just going to pull it up so I have it in front of me and the audience can read it as well.
Hold on. So,
Yes.
sorry about that. So, my recommendation to the Mayor Pro Tem is to modify his motion and take it in 2 parts. The first part would be to ask to have the clerk introduce, meaning read in full, resolutions number 24-112 and 24-111. And then after reading them, adopt them. So I would recommend that you first take that vote about whether to introduce them so we don't have to spend the time reading them
I will
first.
modify my motion to ask the clerk to reintroduce the motions that were there that just went off the screen.
And they're off the screen because Megan's pulling up the actual resolution, so
Okay, thank you.
I can read off of that. Just give us one
No,
moment.
Laura,
Yes?
they would have to be read in full.
Right.
So they're just going to vote whether to have you read them.
Okay, so would you like to have those two resolutions read in full?
Are we
Yeah,
clear
yes.
right now just on what the motion is?
Yes, so.
Yes, but we're making a motion right now. The motion is
Yes. Yeah, general tax for a 3/4.
So my recommendation is you change your motion to be taken in two parts. The first part would be a motion directing the city clerk to read in full resolutions 24-112 and 24-111.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and just to be clear, that's for 3/4 of a cent? So-
Yes.
Okay, so that's actually not.
so I'll make, well, make that motion.
Yes, I'll make the motion to ask the clerk to reintroduce 24-12 and 24-11 as a 3/4 cent general
Okay.
tax. Then,
Is there
so
a
it's been,
second?
does it need to be seconded? And then
And
the
read
second
them.
part would be motion be to read those in full to consider.
So your second would need to confirm that that is okay.
I'll second it so we can take a vote on it.
All right. The clerk, you want to
So-
go ahead and read those?
That is, we
A
need to
roll call.
vote on-
Roll call.
We need to do the roll call vote. So
Okay.
that's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer, second by Councilmember Leffler. Councilmember Duncan?
No.
No.
Because of my previous reservations, Mark, no.
That's a no. Councilmember
Yes.
Leffler? Councilmember Noblock?
On the motion, just two comments, since Mr. Enmeyer was the one making the motion, addressing several comments about that motion that was made about the decrease in property value. I think he mentioned that a 4%, one foot of beach erosion would represent 4% reduction in.
That was based on the study from the UCI.
Yeah, that UCI study would have indicated that if we lose 25 feet of beach, our property value would be zero, and clearly that's not the case. And also, one other comment about the rainbowing. Rainbowing is just a mechanism. We do right now with a pump. You can pump it or you can rainbow. So there's no, I know it's just the motion, but speaking to the support of the motion, the reason why I'm voting no, another reason is that to say that Coastal Commission would never approve the offshore dredging. They just granted, the Coastal Commission just granted $1.5 million to identify that sand for the very purpose of putting it on the beach. So with that being said, I'll just vote no on the motion.
All right.
Mayor
I'm-
Cabral?
I'm a no.
And.
I'm an aye.
You're an aye. So that fails 1-4 with Councilmember Duncan, Councilmember Leffler, Councilmember Noblock, and Mayor Cabral voting no. So we're moving on to the original motion on the table, which was a motion by Councilmember Leffler. Apologies, let me just get right back there. With a second by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer. And that is,
24-125.
yes, exactly, sorry, I kept it on my notes. To adopt Resolution 24-125, which is the 3/4 of a cent tax. Councilmember Duncan.
No.
Councilmember Noblock.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer.
Aye.
Mayor Cabral.
Well, I'm a no.
And Councilmember Leffler.
Aye. And with that, I'd like to I'd make a motion that we readdress resolution number 24-126, that we approve that.
If I may, I'll just finish reading out that vote. So that failed 2-3 with Councilmember Duncan, Councilmember Noblock, and Mayor Cabral voting no. Okay, so now we're back to a motion to adopt Resolution 24-126.
I'll second that.
Motion
made the
by
motion?
Councilmember.
I did.
Motion by Councilmember Leffler, second by Mayor Cabral. And again, just to reiterate, that's to adopt Resolution 24-126, which is the half-cent tax. Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer.
Aye.
Mayor Cabral.
Aye.
And Councilmember Loeffler.
Aye.
That carries 4-1 with Councilmember Noblock voting no, and that was again to adopt Resolution 24-126, adding to the ballot a half-cent sales tax ballot measure. Thank you.
Thank the public for being here and weighing in. I do, I know you're you're late, Chris, it's late for you.
It's only midnight there.
Yeah. Do you want to take 5 minutes?
Mr. Duncan, would you like to, we would still have a quorum up here to do our consent and new business. If
I appreciate that. I'll finish the meeting
Okay.
on behalf of the residents.
All right. Well, let's just keep going then.
Can we bore through this?
Yeah, we'll get, next item on the
Mayor and
agenda.
council, the next item on the agenda is under new business. It's designation of a voting delegate and alternates to represent San Clemente at the League of California Cities Annual Business Meeting. The League of California Cities Annual Business Meeting is October 16th to 18th this year in Long Beach. And a portion of the annual conference is the annual business meeting that will take place on October 18th. At this meeting, the league membership considers and takes action on resolutions that establish city policy. The league is requesting that the city of San Clemente designate a voting delegate, and if you so choose, then you could delegate an alternate as well.
All right. Is there any public comment on this, or?
We do have one public comment, and that's Lois McNichol.
Okay, I don't believe we should send anybody to the League of California Cities because they are basically controlled by the high-density urban cities. When I used to work for Los Angeles County, yes, we sent everybody there and we got whatever we wanted, and they used to laugh at the smaller cities because they knew that they had them outnumbered. Now, what I think we should do, quite frankly, and it has been mentioned here already, is that we are one of a handful of coastal cities. We should be banding together as coastal cities to form our own league because we all have the same issues. LA doesn't care about their sand. San Francisco doesn't care about their sand. But up in Morro Bay, they care about their sand. So, I mean, that should be a city, those should be cities with our common concerns, and we don't have to go all the way up there, but if we're going to go for a League of Cities that's California, we should have a League of Cities that has our concerns. Because basically, we are not going to get what we want in the League of California Cities. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any other comments?
No additional
All
comments.
right. We don't have a staff report, but I'll give you the staff, what I know about it. I was at the delegate last year, and we didn't have any issues that came up on that last day. This year, I've been nominated to be the Orange County representative, and it's an elected position, so that will probably take place. I have signed up to attend the meeting, so I think it would be good for me
We
to
need
go.
a motion?
Yes.
I move that you will be a representative at the League of Cities meeting.
is that possible for you to be both the representative of San Clemente and Orange County?
Yes.
Works for me.
All right.
And
Any
do-
other,
And do we want to appoint an alternate?
does someone want to go? It's,
I'd love to be the alternate.
okay.
Fine with me.
Yeah, I'll make the
Yeah,
motion.
go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted
you
to
have a
address,
report?
no, I wanted to address an item that was mentioned because I think it's important. We are members of the Coastal City Group, which is organized for coastal cities, the 61 coastal cities in the state, and it's organized by the by the California League of Cities, and we are members of that. In fact, we're one of only 6 members to be part of the executive committee. So San Clemente is one of 6 cities that actually has direct access to that group and the Coastal Commission. So it's been beneficial. I only wanted to add that as information, that it has been helpful.
Yeah, I mean, if we need a motion, I'll make a motion. I move that Mayor Cabral be the delegate and that Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer be the alternate.
Second?
All right, let's take a vote on this with no further discussion.
No, you need to have a roll call vote because you have one member
All right,
attending
let's
remotely.
have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Leffler?
Aye.
Mayor Cabral?
Aye.
Carries 5-0 to appoint Mayor Cabral as the voting delegate and Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer as the alternate. Next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. I do have 2 speakers who wish to speak on consent. Are there any items that council wishes to pull from consent?
Nope.
Nothing? Councilmember Duncan, anything to pull from consent?
No.
Okay. The 2 speakers are on item 11D. Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Lois McNichol.
You say that's regarding 11B?
D is in.
D is in dog. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Amanda's going to pass. Lois McNichol, are you speaking?
I am very much in favor of having this letter done, because it does oppose something that we do not want or do not need and cannot really support. I would also like to say that we might even want to go further and put together a resolution with other beach cities, like say Huntington Beach, to say that we are in favor of what they are trying to do, because they have also gone ahead and even sued. And they are currently in court, but they got a 1-year stay on having any development in their city. So possibly we might want to start speaking with our other beach cities regarding this particular issue, because development of this type in a beach city where there is a limited amount of land and resources, quite frankly, that's very difficult, and it should be done in areas where those things already exist.
Do we have
Any
a
other
motion? No other comments. Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right, all those in favor, well, let's do the
Yes,
roll call.
That's a motion by Councilmember Leffler, second by Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Leffler?
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock? Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer?
Aye.
Mayor Cabral?
Aye.
Carries 5-0 to pass the consent calendar. Next item on the agenda is oral communications, part 2. Do have 1 speaker card. Tony Rubolino.
All right. Mr. Rubolino.
Hey, Council. So if we take a walk down memory lane here, if we look at summer 2021, Gene James, former council member, was stopped by OCSD for a traffic violation. That was pre-body cam footage. The audio was then apparently obtained, and a story ensued in the public and got to weigh in on that. Now, if we look at winter this year, 2024, Chris's wife was involved in a traffic violation, essentially, where a street legal vehicle was operated on the beach trail. That body cam footage was obtained via public records. And so I'd like to bring you up to speed, and the members of the public, that Chris was stopped in a traffic stop in June 26, 2024, so just a little while ago, a few weeks. And this was a speeding violation. Now, in the spirit of the law, we know that the officer can decide to cite or not to cite. But there is a threshold that happens at some point, and what that threshold might be where there is no waiver of the citation. The citation needs to happen. Now, we don't know. What is that? Is that 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, Chris? 20? 30? 40 in town? Maybe Chris can weigh in on exactly what went down. Now, I have actually submitted a public records request to the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and I'm getting stonewalled. They are not releasing the body cam footage. They have issued a letter, and they're citing that the Orange County Sheriff's Department declined to disclose any records that may be responsive to your request because such records would be exempt from public disclosure under the California Public Records Act. Now, I don't understand what happens where we can get audio from Gene James' traffic stop. We can get the body cam footage where Chris is confronted at his house by OCSD. But Chris, during a campaign cycle, while he is a sitting council member, engaged in a traffic stop by our Orange County Sheriff's Department that we fund, and suddenly we're not allowed to have the body cam footage? I would encourage everybody here, all of our officials, to try and figure out what's going on, why we're not getting that body cam footage, and what is the issue with the transparency. Now, Chris can be forthright and tell us exactly all what went on. You can even have Captain J come up, and maybe he can explain to us the process a little bit. But something does not smell. This is not past the sniff test. Something is not sitting right. I would like to know, and I would like the city's support to try and figure out what is being hidden from the public eye. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comments?
Nothing more for oral communications, future agenda items?
Yes.
Yeah, I have one item I want to ask about. I understand the staff has been reviewing a proposal for a business overlay zone for the Vista Hermosa I-5 interchange. And I just wanted to, if that staff analysis and proposal is ready to come to the agenda, I'd like to see if we could get that agendized at the earliest possible time. Mr. City Manager, is that something staff has been working on and can pursue? Bring back to the council?
Yes, we have been working on that, and we'll bring it back to the council. I don't have a date, but I'll bring it back as soon as possible. It is on the radar, and we'll get it to you very quickly.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did actually had a meeting on it today, and we will have a follow-up, and I think we've expressed our interest in getting it back as soon as possible. All right, any other business?
Okay, reports, commission and committee reports?
Commission and committee reports?
Council subcommittee updates? Nothing?
There is some, but it's late.
Okay. City attorney?
Thank you. I have nothing to report, except it's a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente.
City manager?
Yes, I have a few contracts. I'll go through them very quickly. The first one is WSP USA Environmental and Infrastructure Incorporated for $38,757. JILK Heavy Construction Pier Steel Piles Cadothic Protection Improvements $36,420. Amera National Community Services First Amendment to Community Development Block Grant Rehabilitation Loan Program $25,000. Jacob Green and Associate for the RACES Program Support and the CERT Program Administration in an amount not to exceed $40,000. LEG Professional Consulting Services in an amount not to exceed $49,000. Kimley Horn, First Amendment for Professional Traffic and Parking Assessment Review Services, not to exceed $14,650. And finally, the Coating Specialist and Inspection Services, Reservoir Number 4, Exterior Coating Project, $18,400. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. City Clerk, anything else?
No, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeyer,
We
second
have a
by
vote on that, I guess?
Councilmember Leffler. Councilmember Duncan, would you like to adjourn?
Heck yeah, I can't wait to get back to San Clemente. It's state of emergency out here. We'll see how that goes, but yes, definitely want to adjourn. It's late.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Question on the motion. I didn't hear a time in which we're reconvening in that motion. Is that necessary?
August 20th, 2024?
I was going to read it after the.
Oh, okay, I thought it should have been included in the motion, so I'll vote yes if that date is included in the motion.
Yes.
Mark, Mayor
Okay,
Meyer,
yes,
Mayor
yes.
Cabral. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Meyer, second by Councilmember Leffler, to adjourn to the next regular city council meeting, which is scheduled to take place on August 20th, 2024. Closed session will begin at 5:00 p.m. and the regular meeting will begin at 6:00 p.m. Meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. That motion carries 5-0 to adjourn the meeting at 9:21 p.m.
Hey, Chief Christian, could you stand by for 1 second?
All right. Thank you all for being here.